Instagram, WhatsApp, or Line or Facebook. So now let us welcome everyone to the semifinal of 2023 C Wonder Challenge. So first of all, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Christy, and I'm your MC today. I'm currently doing law at college, and today we'll have you all together in this challenge. Welcome everyone from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. And so now let me briefly go through today's agenda. So first we'll have team 1 to 9 presenting in room A, B, and C. Then we'll have a short 5-minute break. After the break, we'll have team 10 to 15 presenting in room A to C. And then we'll have a feedback session made by judges. And lastly, we'll have the closing ceremony of today's semifinal. So first, let us welcome our chairs of the C Wonder Challenge, Maggie and Jessica. May we have Maggie and Jessica say hi and have a few words with us?
Hi, everyone. It's really exciting to see you all here. My name is Maggie. I'm the chair of C Wonder Challenge and the founder of Twin Oaks Education. This challenge is all about encouraging the young people to use your imagination to create a better and a more sustainable future. This year, we are proud to host this challenge the second time, and we believe that every student has the potential to succeed, and we are so committed to help everyone to unlock your full potential. I think this challenge is a great opportunity for students to build critical thinking and solve real-world problems. By looking closely for evidence and inspiration, thinking critically, and wondering how to make the impossible possible, student, you will develop the skill that you will need to make a difference tomorrow. So today, we're very excited to see the top 15 students from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore to present your idea that maybe will help IKEA to bring circular economy to the next level. We hope you're inspired and see the possibility in their solution. Thank you all for joining us today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jessica, and I'm the co-founder of Twin Oaks Education. So it's very great to see many people participating in the semifinals today. I'm also very looking forward to hearing the proposal to IKEA today. And we hope the challenge will be a starting point for sustainable development. And also this Think Wonder Challenge can also be the starting point for young people to think deeply and cultivate their critical thinking skills. And we hope you will join us. We hope you also join us for the future event of the C Wonder. And thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Maggie and Jessica. So now let us welcome our judges for today's semifinal. So first of all, we have Miss Angeline Law from Hong Kong. She is the Director of Strategy at Catalyst Education Lab. May we welcome Miss Angeline Law to say a hi and have a few words with us.
Good morning, everyone. This is Anjali from Catalyst Education Lab. My organization is an education nonprofit that facilitates professional development of teachers and change management in schools. Project Zero Ideas is something that we actively hope to bring to the Hong Kong secondary education space. And so it's really exciting to see that on students' front through this C Think Wonder challenge, you're already actively practicing it and be having these mindsets as part of your daily routines. Really excited to be here to listen to the presentations. Just really want to congratulate you all to come to this day. I know you have overcome a lot of hurdles already, so congrats to that. And I really hope that you enjoy today's process and learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anjali. So next we have from Singapore, we have Dr. Han Kim Hu. He's currently the advisor on Singapore's STEM curriculum. So may we invite Dr. Han to say a hi and have a few words with us.
Hi, good morning. I'm Han here from Singapore. I'm new to this competition, but I have read about this competition a little bit, and I'm very happy to be with everyone here this morning. I hope you get inspired, and I also look forward to learning from your ideas. All right. I was previously a college and a school principal in Singapore. I set up the NUS High School of Mathematics and Science. But I've retired, but I'm working on STEM programs. And of course, anything to do with STEM has got a lot to do with the circular economy as well. So congratulations, everybody, and have a great morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Han. So next we have Mr. Rex Liu from Taiwan. He's now the Director of Innovation at the School of National Taiwan University. May we invite Mr. Liu to say a hi and have a few words with us.
Hi guys, and I'm also excited for seeing all your presentation because it's really great for the proposal, and I hope you guys can not changing the mentality, but put more from changing from just being nervous to more make yourself enjoy during the process. And I think to be open will helping you guys to know that the learning process is not end here, and then you can still keeping learning those skill set after the presentation. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rex Liu. So next we have our judge panel from IKEA. So first of all, we have Ms. Linda Wong. She's the Sustainability Manager of IKEA. Hi, Ms. Linda. Would you like to say a hi and have a few words with us?
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be here. And I'm taking care of my kids at the same time. Being a mom at those holidays is really hard. So just saying that, okay, keep doing and keep thinking. And I think your thinking will be very valuable for the future innovation projects. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linda. And next we have Mr. Michaud. He's the Head of Business Innovation and Transformation of IKEA. Mr. Michaud, would you like to say a hi and have a few words with us?
Yeah, hello and good morning. It's such a good start of the day on this weekend, so I'm really happy to be here. I'm working with innovation in IKEA and helping IKEA to be more innovative, looking for new ideas. So it sounds like a good place for me to look for inspiration. And I'm super happy because, IKEA is on a journey. We desperately need new ideas. We desperately need new perspectives. And what I learned is that the best ideas coming from young people. I'm even too old to bring the new ideas to IKEA. So I think my role as a head of innovation is to filter and facilitate creating these ideas. So you have fantastic process. The way you work on your ideas is actually the same we are working. We're also designing new business models. We're designing new services in our company. And as I said, we desperately need new and fresh ideas, different perspectives. So just enjoy the process. I try to remember if I'm as a student many years ago, I had the opportunity like you have, present ideas, work on something, and I think I didn't. So you have great opportunity, enjoy yourself. Don't be nervous. Just, it's a process, it's a journey. So happy to be here and really waiting to hear you, to see your perspective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michaud. So last but not least, we have Ms. Nancy Wu. She's the Corporate and Internal Communication Manager of IKEA. Hi, Ms. Nancy. Would you like to say a hi to us and have a few words?
Hey, it's Nancy from IKEA. I'm glad to have this opportunity to learn from the young talents here and looking forward to hear your presentation. And it's really good to have the kind of opportunity to share your ideas, to inspire people like us to learn more from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nancy. So again, thank you for all the judges coming today. So now I'm sure that everyone is excited to know about today's challenge topic. So let us invite our chair, Maggie, to introduce today's challenge topic briefly.
So hi, I know some of the participants are new to circular economy, so we prepared a 1-minute video that we found from the internet. It's from the foundation, and it has clearly articulate what circular economy in 1 minute. So we just quickly play this video so everyone have a quick sense about what this is. Okay, so quick summary about what circular economy is. Circular economy is an economic system that aims to eliminate waste and pollution by keeping resources in use for as long as possible. It's an alternative way to our current linear economy, which is the take, make, use, and dispose model that you can see from the graph. This model can be replaced by redesigning the product that's easier to be repaired, reused, remake, recycle, or trying to implementing sharing model and leasing. This way will help to reduce waste by reducing the need to purchase new products or by extending the lifespan for goods. IKEA has done a lot of initiative, just to name a few that they have been doing to promote circular economy. As you can see from the next page, they have been doing things like buying back unused furnitures, providing leasing for business clients, providing spare parts for replacements. And today, we try to ask the student to focus on aspects of circular economy other than product design and manufacturing, because the proposal that talk about material or production will require more background knowledge to be a solid proposal. So we have the 15 team to present today anything other than production. Each team, they have spent some time to do the research, and we know that, just wanted to share some background. Each team will consist of one student from each region, meaning one from Hong Kong, one from Singapore, one from Taiwan. And over the past few weeks, they have worked tirelessly identifying opportunities for new circular economy idea for IKEA to consider. Each team will try to present 1 to 3 proposed idea. The idea should be somehow based on some facts, such as indoor observation, survey, consumer interviews, literature research, etc. It is really critical that their idea should be logical and based on facts and inferences. And they try to make a balance between sustainability and feasibility. This all together comes to our rubrics. So from the next page, you will see our rubrics. This is how we're going to evaluate each team. And we'll also send all the participants a file of this rubric so that you can take the file with you going into your separate room, and you will know how you personally may evaluate the team. So you will see how each team has been performing. So now, sit back, relax, and get ready to be impressed. Let's dive into the presentation.
Thank you very much, Maggie, for the introduction on circular economy as well as today's semi-final rubrics. So now, let's move on to the presentation. May we have all the judges proceed to the presentation rooms and teams 7 to 9 proceed to the backstage. So now let me briefly go through how today's semi-final work. So we have a total of 15 teams to present their proposals in room A to C, respectively. with 3 groups doing presentations simultaneously in each time slot as shown in the PowerPoint. So each group, they have 7 minutes to present their proposals and 8 minutes for questions asked by judges. So here is the name list of room A to C. You can mark it down if you need to, so that you can know which room to move to later. So in case to enter room A to C, you will need to click the button breakout room at the bottom of your Zoom meeting room. Please do not enter the backstage. And when you need to return back to the main room, just click leave breakout room so that you return to the main room. In the following presenting time, we will have each group presenting accordingly, so other teams, you can proceed freely to room A to C to listen to the presentation. Please be again reminded to turn on your camera and your microphone off. And if you have any questions, just contact us at any time in Instagram, Line, or WhatsApp. And if you're disconnected due to network problem, just enter back to the Zoom meeting room using the same Zoom meeting link and password. So now let us begin our presentation. May all the judges proceed to the presentation room and team 7 to 9 proceed to the backstage.
Being produced.
But you're saying that the tendency is that they don't use it longer and would replace constantly, no? So if they buy again, how do you prevent them from not disposing it?
Okay, so the people that actually use it for short terms are people that live in places like dormitories, and after they want to like come back from where they live, they would dispose of the items because they are no longer in use. So now, instead of it being thrown away after being used for a short while, it will be used for a longer period of time.
So what you're saying is you are targeting a different set of audience for your app?
One example is that, but we are trying to target everyone that actually, or people who wish to buy it at a lower cost.
Okay. Thank you. That's my questions.
Okay, thank you, George and Jolie. And now may we have George Linda Wong from IKEA to ask questions regarding the presentation. You will have 4 minutes to ask.
Hi, my question is, you have mentioned the transportation of the reused or pre-loved IKEA products quite bulky, and the logistic things quite nasty. So my question for you, your team, is how do you solve the logistic problem, even though we do have the app?
Could you repeat again? Like the
How
first
do you
part, like what
resolve?
logistic problems?
Yeah, so
you mean the potential challenges?
I mean, no matter where the customer buy the furniture from, for example, they buy it from IKEA store or they buy it from the app. What's your solutions better than customer buying the products from IKEA store? Do you solve any problem of the logistic thing?
So what we hope to achieve through this app is that there are less waste being so that these furniture will actually be used over a longer period of time instead of the short-term use that usually comes with IKEA products. So instead of like maybe a few years, like 2 years, for example, sorry, these products may be actually used for 10 years, for example, which will actually reduce the waste produced. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that I get it. But my question is, since now IKEA already sells second-hand furniture already, and then we keep the identity of the second-hand products. So what's the difference for the customers buying the secondhand products from the store, then buying the products from the app. Is there any difference? And you mentioned that logistic things quite problematic for most of the customers. Do you solve any, pinpoint of that point?
But IKEA only sells items that are used in their store, which means they don't actually how do I say? They don't actually help or save items that have gone out of their store and has been used by consumers already, right?
I think for that you should do more homework. At IKEA globally, in-car retail franchisee has already done that. And then in Hong Kong, we collaborate with the Carousel. In Singapore, also we collaborate with Carousel. In Taiwan, indeed, we don't have sell the products directly from customers, but we sell products directly from our business clients. So we do have the business model selling secondhand products. And then I think you should justify why the app is better than the physical store. What's the difference between these two business models?
Okay, because the store is actually really far for some consumers. And yeah, so distance is one, they need to travel there. And secondly, they don't have to use storage space in their stores. So because these things are not like kept in the store, so there's more space for IKEA's other furnitures and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 4 and George, Linda, and George and Joey. And Team 7, your presentation will start in 1 minute. And reminding you guys again, everyone please make sure your camera is on and your microphone is off during the presentation. Thank you. Okay, Team 7, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
So I could just start?
Yeah.
Okay. Then hello everyone, we are Team 7 and today we would like to introduce our idea to you. First, we want to cooperate with school and we hope to see student creativity and imagination that can bring more variety of decoration of furniture from IKEA. So this is how the idea flows. We contact colleges to hold classes or workshop with them and attract students to join this idea. Second, we can provide furniture to them and they can start to work. There's restriction to make the plan more simple and effective. In the end, pieces selected by IKEA can exhibit in store and customers who are interested in can also buy it. There are some examples that made from recycled and sustainable material we think can use in this plan, like chairs and tables. And our friend, students have more flexibility in the work and we could create unique new design and common furniture. And we could also support students and give new life to second furniture by this plan. However, our weakness is price would be higher than normal furniture and discourage customer to buy. We think we could show the amount of effort put in and the meaning of their art and also set a reasonable price. The opportunity is assumed that no furniture company has a plan which cooperate with a school for such a long time and such a cool plan. And the threat is the benefit might be lower too because the cost to set classes are high and we think students can pay a small fee. So the cost to IKEA is set classes or workshop and also to the school because IKEA can sponsor half of the cost. And school also pay materials and the fee to exhibit. The revenue to IKEA is the fee and the commission from the sale. And there's another plan.
Sorry,
could-
Team 7, your presentation is not moving. Can you check it?
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, thank
is
you.
it moving now?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And there's another plan. We could host a competition in school and to select like students have talented in designing, and we could invite them to join the classes so they will be more effective and successful to receive a great result. And the cost is plain is the cost to manufacture the product and advertisement, also the cost to host the competition. And school also pay half of the cost of the advertisement and the revenue as the commission.
So in idea 2, IKEA already, we like to add on to IKEA's current services and improve on it. So how the idea flows is that we rent secondhand furniture, and every few times that it gets rented to different companies, we make the rental fee lower. To further help companies, IKEA may provide basic repairs in the contract, and companies can pay additional money to fix the ones that are in worse condition to IKEA. To ensure that the plan works as efficiently in the long term, we lower the rent for companies if the furniture stays in more or less the same condition at the end of the lease period. These plans can last for up to 5 to 10 years. Some examples of second-hand products that can be offered include tables, desks, cabinets, sofas, etc. And how we can sustain costs is that the businesses will first give deposits to the leasing company to ensure that furniture stays in good condition, and free basic repairs will be provided for the first time. However, for future repairs, the cost will be deducted from the deposit. If there were any severe damage done to the furnitures, half the price of the original furniture will be deducted from the deposit made. At the end of the leasing period, the business can either choose to return the furnitures themselves to IKEA, or they could pay IKEA for transportation services. And furthermore, the remaining deposit will be returned at the end of the lease period. This idea can promote confidence in customers with the help of deposits. It ensures durability of the furniture, and it promotes customer loyalty as the rent will decrease with time. And this plan ensures that these furnitures are
2
not
minutes left. Thank
and is
you.
used purposefully. The challenges is that it may be too much of a hassle for IKEA to handle these repairs themselves. Hence, they can contact other second-hand parties. And it may be hard to promote this idea at first, but IKEA can do some advertising in-store or online to make it known.
Our third idea would be cooperate with other second-hand shop. We have observed that even though IKEA has set up its own second-hand website, not many customers know their existence, and many second-hand shop also sell IKEA furniture without quality control. So our purpose of this idea is to clear the confusion and worries of customers, and to improve the image of IKEA while increasing the source of revenue. How would this idea work is that first we would give out repair second-hand furniture to staff as a year-end bonus to receive feedback from them and train up the IKEA repair team. And second is to send out cooperation invitation. Those who agree on cooperating with IKEA could get a recognition mark, and IKEA could provide repair services, customization, and physical shop for them. So step 3 would be open some physical pop-up
30
shop
seconds left.
to
Please conclude your presentation.
verify the physical shop. And we would suggest IKEA to build an interchange website, something like Trivago, for customers to compare different second-hand furniture that IKEA has repaired. Yes, this is our end of presentation.
Okay, thank you, Team 7, for your giving such a nice presentation. And may we now have Judge Angelilo to ask questions regarding the presentation. You may have 4 minutes to ask. Thank you.
Hi, team. Thank you for the presentation. I do want to take a step back and examining. So the key topic we are doing is recommending solutions for IKEA to better achieve a circular economy. So I wonder, what is your existing observation of what IKEA is doing? What's your comment on the existing practices in doing this that led to you suggesting these recommendations? Is there something that you feel like they have already done well, or something that needs to be further improved that led to you suggesting these 3 ideas? Can you explain a bit more about that?
My idea is one, and I think that it seems that no furniture factory have done this before, so I came up with this idea. And
so how would this first idea, help achieve a better circular economy?
Oh, I think that we could use second furniture to let students design or create some painting on this, and we could sell it. And the resource came from like the idea 2. Some factory use rented furniture, and the condition may not be accepted by those business, and it could use in this plan. So I think that second furniture can be given a new life as artwork or a product.
Thank you. So for all these 3 ideas, what are the assumptions you're making that you feel like would allow for these to effectively help achieve a circular economy? What are the assumptions behind your recommendation that needs to be true in order for these recommendations to be effective?
Team 7 and Judge Angeli, you still have 1 minute for questioning. Thank you.
For idea 1, we think that since if a second-hand furniture is to exhibit as an art, it would increase its value, and it could better achieve those second-hand furniture, those who are going to being disposed of, and make them to an art would be a great way to just, other than just a second-hand furniture. And the idea 2, which is the renting furniture, since we think that startup businesses doesn't have much of too many capital. So if we could rent a second-hand furniture, which they are quite needed, we could rent out the second-hand furniture that most of the families, like the oriented families, might not be able to use because they would just buy the first-handed. So we could rent to the startup businesses. So since they are more needed. And the idea 3 is that since the problem of the second-hand furniture
7, please conclude your answer. Thank you.
IKEA website is that it really doesn't have a repair surface. So if a furniture is damaged, it would become disposal. But idea 3, since we have provided a repair team, we could reuse it and resell it to the customers that needed the second-hand furniture. We could also provide customization so that if it is the color problem, we could just repaint it. So we could also reuse the disposed furniture.
Okay, so thank you, Judge Angeli and Team 7. And now may we have Judge Linda Wong from IKEA to ask questions regarding the presentation. You will have 4 minutes to ask. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is, have you ever done any study to examine how this, your solution is appreciated by the customers?
Oh, we have done a survey in from half of there's about 100 people does the survey, and most of them, like 60% of them are willing to buy second furniture, and I think they were willing to buy it.
Is there any conditions or some they're willing to pay price for the second-hand furniture from IKEA? When you did you find any insight from this survey?
Oh, we have asked that what form they can accept, and some that in the store or online they can accept to buy second furniture, and almost 50% say they could accept online if the description is clear and they could see the condition.
Okay, so my next question is, do you figure out why they need this second-hand furniture? Is that because the price is lower than the brand new one, or do they just, don't want to waste anything? Do you, explore the motivation of the purchase?
For example, for businesses, right? When, for example, startup businesses for idea 2, these businesses may choose to rent second-hand furniture instead of investing into buying furniture, because these second-hand furniture will definitely be cheaper for them, and because it is a lease period, so they wouldn't have to
Team 7, you have only 1 minute to answer,
them.
please.
And for example, if they were to move their businesses somewhere else, it is easier for them as they can just return the furnitures instead, and they wouldn't have to, like, for example, move it themselves to another place. And for example, we also recommended IKEA to give transportation services, so that could also help them. And for example, for startup businesses, if they were to change their choice of furniture, it will be easier for them as they did not buy the furniture and instead they rented it. So it's easy for them to change their choice.
Okay, time's up, sorry. Thank you, Team 7 and Judge Angeli and Judge Linda. And I'm sorry for the delay at first, so we don't have the break now, and we will start Team 10, you need to prepare for your presentation, and we will start in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, Team 10, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team 10 and we are excited to share our proposal with you today. Here is the content overview of our proposal. Let us start with a problem overview using the C Think Wonder framework so that you can have a better understanding of how we came up with our proposal. In our society, we see that there is an increasing environmental awareness, from sustainability businesses to government initiatives. At the same time, people are more able to accept slightly defective or damaged goods, for instance, are being more open to the concept of ugly foods. However, we have found that most discarded furniture are still usable and only have minor defects. Increased time at home due to the COVID-19 pandemic only worsened the situation. But why are people not taking action, despite being more conscious of sustainable development? It makes us wonder, is the reason for this psychological? Or is it physical, like not knowing how to repair furniture? After much thought, we wondered whether teaching people how to repair or upgrade their furniture would encourage them to reduce their furniture waste.
So our team is proposing to hold upcycling workshops to meet the people's needs. These workshops will primarily aim to provide people with the tools, guidance, and space for them to learn how to repair or upgrade their furniture. Additionally, we hope that the workshops will significantly help in making the reuse of existing furniture the norm. Through this, waste will be reduced and will progress towards building a circular economy with net zero waste. In line with the project, our project's target audience is IKEA customers. IKEA is widely known as a champion of sustainability. And in this day and age, patronizing a business means supporting the business's beliefs and practices, which means IKEA customers are likely to take part in sustainability projects. Now let's get into the details of the upcycling workshops. In this flowchart, we're basically saying that the workshops which require more of IKEA's resources like space, time, and materials will be charged at a higher price. These are the physical workshops and the workshops that are working on larger furnitures. Additionally, we intend to offer delivery options for the physical workshops that will be held at IKEA and a premium option for home visit consultations and workshops. The part we want to focus on is the mode of the workshop. The workshop will be held both physically and virtually. For the virtual workshop, it consists of a playback of pre-recorded instructions followed by a live consultation with an instructor through video call. The best part of the virtual workshop is that the customer can take part from anywhere, which negates the work of physically transporting furniture to IKEA. You may wonder, how do the customers know what material they need for the workshop? Don't worry, a list of materials and tools needed will be shown when the customers sign up for the workshop. Additionally, we'll recommend customers to buy their needed materials from IKEA as shown here. We've been saying that the physical workshops will be held at IKEA, but we're in IKEA. We'll be holding it at the iLab. Sounds fancy, but it's actually a name our team has created for the rooms we intend to build at selected IKEA outlets. These rooms will be built specially for furniture repair or upgrading workshops, and the room will be equipped with individual workstations and shared industrial tools needed for basic handiwork. So, what does iLab mean? It means Idea Lab, with I being idea in Swedish. We chose this name because we want to convey the idea that iLab is a place for innovation and endless creativity. We want people to be inspired to reuse their existing furniture in different ways.
So how does our workshop work? It starts with old or existing furniture that the customer can pay to learn to repair or upgrade. After the workshop ends, customers can then decide what they want to do with the furniture. They can choose to buy back and resell, recycle or give away, and of course, reuse the furniture by themselves. These options are provided so that regardless of the outcome of the workshop, none of the furniture will go to waste. But is our proposal really feasible? Of course. IKEA furniture is very versatile and simple. It can be easily altered and used for different purposes. Thus, IKEA already provides a lot of services in our proposal, which helps to make our proposal more possible. Also, due to the high popularity of DIY activities as seen on social media, people are likely to be interested in our hands-on furniture workshop. To put, the existence of the IKEA effect shows that people would place higher values on things they personally make or create. This all increases the effectiveness of our proposal.
Our proposal also brings about a myriad of benefits. On a business front, IKEA can directly generate revenue from the workshop and service like shipping and reselling. During the workshop itself, people are also likely to buy the additional material and furniture parts they need from IKEA. The workshop also gives customers a reason to visit IKEA.
2 minutes left, thank you.
Which encourage them to browse IKEA products. Our workshop also help to build customer loyalty. By creating joyous memory at IKEA, the customer will have a good impression of IKEA and will more likely choose IKEA over other brands in the future. Our proposal also benefits the wider society. Our workshop can help to create a culture whereby sustainable lifestyle practices are the norm. This will be done through first creating a subtrend of repairing or upgrading existing furniture for reuse. By writing input which increase the overall effectiveness of our proposal. Furthermore, our proposal encourages the building of communities. Within this community, people can support and learn from each other about repairing or upgrading furniture. This expanding community will amplify the benefit that our proposal brings to society. Additionally, our proposal benefits the environment by mitigating the problem of furniture waste. With lesser waste, there will be less pollution, less carbon emission, and less space taken up in landfill. And fourth, this helps us to progress toward achieving net zero waste and a circular economy. However, our proposal also comes with some potential challenges. One of the challenges is concern about safety and using shape tools and material. We can have a workshop session that are simpler and safer for young audience, and also use tools with safeguard for all the workshop.
30 seconds left, please. Conclude your
Specialized
presentation.
safety training of IKEA staff and an accountability system may also help in this case. This is the end of our proposal sharing. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ting Tan. And now, please, the judge Angeli to ask questions regarding the presentation, and you have 4 minutes to ask. Thank you.
Hi, team. Thank you for the presentation. My first question is about the understanding of the existing practices of IKEA. So, have you looked into what IKEA is doing currently in achieving circular economy, and what are your comments on what they have already done well or needs improvement, such that you are suggesting this recommendation?
Right. Mainly divided into 5 types, as IKEA website has shown. It's like the first one is selling old IKEA furniture in the store. Second one is videoing it by repainting or reassembling. The third one is repairing by offering replacement parts. The fourth one is returning old furniture through the transport service. And the fifth one is donating to social organizations. And in our proposal, we mainly focus on the part of repairing, as IKEA only provide the service for offering replacement parts, but the people may not be able to, or may not know how to repair the furniture by themselves, even there are some written instructions. So if we have a workshop like this for them to learn practically, so it is more useful for them to, it is more helpful for them to try to repair the furniture on their own. And at the same time, because IKEA will already sell old furniture and also return their old furniture through their transport service, this can help us to have the further rules for them, like they can do the recycling or whatever after the workshop ends. So we have think of the IKEA current measures and propose this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful. So it seems to me that the key assumption you're making is that they lack knowledge of repair. So the reason that they are not using their furniture longer is because they don't know how to repair it. I wonder, how have you tested this assumption in justifying that, oh, as long as they know, they would actually use their furniture longer?
We have actually also done like a Google Form survey of 83 respondents from a variety of different countries such as the US, Singapore, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. And We asked them whether they were willing to participate in a workshop, and yes, a majority of them are willing to participate, but we also asked them, what initiatives would you like to see that will encourage you to reuse your furniture?
Tintan, you have only 1 minute to answer. Thank you.
And a majority of them said recycling workshops or repair workshops. So I think this shows that they are looking for this kind of outlets for them to learn how to repair their own furniture, because it's what most of them suggested that they wanted to see from businesses like IKEA.
Yep. I appreciate that you're showing the work you've done in understanding the customer behavior. That's all for my questions. Linda, please jump in.
Okay, thank you, Judge Anjali and
Thank
Judge
you.
Onda.
Thank you. My question.
You have 4 minutes to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I would really love to know what's the insight study you have done for the market. So I understand that you are from 3 markets, right? So would you elaborate what do you find out from the customer insight from different from these 3 markets?
So what we found out from our research of these 3 markets is that there's the possibility that this project will really work, because from these 3 markets, we've seen an increase in DIY activities, such as like those small businesses that promote doing art and in the business, in a cafe itself. And like we were initially worried that in these markets, people will not be willing to pay for these workshops. And so we have done additional research on that as well. And that across these 3 markets, people were willing to pay a reasonable amount for workshops on small size furniture and large size furniture, as shown here. That for large size furniture, people are willing to pay about 50 to 100 USD to attend such workshops. And for smaller furniture, people are willing to pay about 10 to 25 USD. And although there is still the challenge on breaking even and on like making profits, I think that from our survey, we showed that, okay, there's this possibility that this workshop can be done, which counters this kind of challenge a bit in this Singapore, Hong Kong, and Taiwan market.
And you find out those customers wanted to participate in the workshop just because they don't have the knowledge of the repair, or what's other motivation you find is very interesting to share with us?
I think another key motivation that we didn't really work on was they are looking for convenience. So like we were initially planning, should we also do an app for them to like access materials on repairing or upcycling at any time? And when we asked for like any initiatives the customers wanted, they did actually suggest an app, which means I think they're looking for convenience as well. Other than the recycling workshop that we see is the majority of the initiatives that they suggested. And I think that we will work towards offering more convenience, although I feel that repairing and upcycling is better to be done physically for the consumers, because it will be easier for them to understand these kind of skills, like using the power
you still
drill.
have 1 minute to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, in a physical sort of platform, which is what we found out about the market, that they also value convenience a lot, other than being willing to learn about repairing and upcycling.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so Judge Linda, you don't have another questions, right?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge Anjali, and thank you, Judge Linda and Ting Tan. And now, please, Team 13, your presentation will start in 1 minute. And reminding you guys again, everyone please make sure your camera is on and your microphone is off when a presentation is processing. Thank you. Team 13, if you are ready, you can share your screen. Thank you. Okay, Team 13, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation and you may begin now. Thank you.
Creating a circular economy with IKEA. IKEA's current mission. IKEA's current mission is to sell high-quality products at affordable prices. We intend to follow the IKEA lead and to build on its current sustainability goals by elevating our current observations of IKEA. We will utilize the See, Think, Wonder concept in our evaluation of the benefits and limitations of our proposals and their implications.
For proposal 1, we propose a leasing system for expats who are staying in a region for the short term. Regarding the circular economy, we are promoting the reusing of what would otherwise be considered waste. Our observation is that a number of expats stay in different regions for work or education and require furniture, but only temporarily. IKEA has unsold furniture kept in storerooms which take up inventory space. We were inspired by just-in-time management and Kaizen to eliminate efficiency in the storage process. Our target audience are the expats and foreigners staying in the region temporarily for work or education purposes, such as international school teachers, for example. And around 753,000 foreign residents are expats in Taiwan, and 360,000 in Hong Kong, and 1.6 million in Singapore. Our proposal details. So our proposal is to have IKEA lease their various unsold products that are either like out of trend or products with slight defects that are taking up inventory space for people who wish to borrow them in the short term, allowing them to pay a security deposit and monthly installments upon an agreed price. The IKEA store and the expats will form a contract detailing the following information that's listed on the slide. So the benefits of this proposal are that we prolong the life cycle of furniture and decrease the amount of furniture that is being scrapped. And we can clear up inventory space too, so that items in demand can be present. There's also an additional source of revenue from security deposits. In essence, customers can access affordable furniture and home decor without having to pay the full price for new items, while IKEA can effectively expand the target market to cater to a new customer base. To evaluate, if the furniture was to be potentially damaged by the lessee, it would incur costs and IKEA would have to shoulder this burden. However, our strategy is that we propose that the security deposit can be used to cover the costs of repair. And if the product is truly damaged beyond repair, raw materials such as wood and plastic can still be recycled. For accountability, customers can steal the furniture on loan, which means that this idea is heavily reliant on goodwill. So the record of purchases and the security deposit prevents losses for IKEA. There's also a concern that revenue generated from leasing these products may not justify the operational costs, so a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis will have to be made and financial analysis as well.
Our second proposal is to use QR codes and develop app services. This concerns the circular economy stage of consumption and use of materials by reducing the production of material waste in the first place. We observed that IKEA uses a lot of paper for instruction manuals and that IKEA does not provide information regarding the recycling methods of furniture and how much waste each product generates during production. Our target audience is the increasing conservationist public. Our second proposal is an alternative to paper instruction manuals that come with the delivered furniture by putting QR codes that will link to the product details page on the outbox of the furniture, where the purchaser can find digital instruction manuals for the assembly of their product. The information that will be provided is listed on the slide. And this is what the product details page looks like. The benefits of having online instruction manuals improve traceability and transparency by providing GRI and LCA information. The GRI standards allow companies to report their economic, environmental, and social performance. LCA can impact a customer's purchase decision by providing valuable information on the environmental friendliness and sustainability of a product. The use of QR codes will reduce paper use, and it's easier to save and update information. Digital manuals can easily come in various languages, reducing the need to print different versions of instruction manuals and becoming more efficient. Now let's look at the evaluations of this proposal. If there are any technical issues raised, formulating an SOP would be a good solution. If some customers may not embrace this change and prefer to use paper instructions, paper manuals can be provided if the customer pays an additional fee, which may deter them from doing so. IKEA would also have to put reminders on the packaging of the product so that customers do not throw the QR code away.
Our proposal 3 is to partner up with business companies to pre-install furniture into office buildings and houses. This concerns the circular economy stage of consumption and use by optimizing lifestyle through alternatives.
2 minutes left, thank you.
What we've observed is that IKEA has many unsold furniture kept in storerooms to take up inventory space, and many office buildings require furniture for their workers, such as desks and chairs. Our target audience is companies who are in need of furniture for office buildings and housing estate companies such as the HDB in Singapore. Our proposal is for IKEA to sell furniture in storerooms in bulk to companies who need this furniture at a discounted price. And for housing estates, this furniture can be pre-installed in the flats. Some benefits is that partnering up with businesses can help to expand and extend the lifespan of furniture, leading to waste reduction and freeing up inventory space. As firms and businesses often rely on purchasing economies of scale to lower their operational costs, this will be a cost-effective approach, as companies may be able to purchase furniture at a discounted price while ordering in bulk from IKEA. There's also the added benefit of IKEA opening up their services to a larger market base that is seeking large quantities of standardized products to be pre-installed, potentially increasing revenue streams. This proposal will benefit both consumers who can buy furniture at a discounted price and IKEA themselves who can achieve a stronger relationship with their customer base. What some limitation strategies would be that there are already existing furniture companies such as Solos, a local company in Singapore that sells furniture in bulk to companies. However, as IKEA will be selling older furniture alongside newer product
30 seconds left.
Negotiable and appealing to partnering companies. IKEA already has an established brand of image of quality and sustainability, and companies would likely want to be associated with this renowned and highly reputable company. And since the availability of sufficient old furniture to cover an entire office or housing estate might be limited, we can throw in a mix of furniture from multiple furniture sets. Thank you. And this is our reference paper.
Okay, thank you, Team Sterling and Judge Angeli. You have 4 minutes to ask your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, team. My first question is still the same. What is your understanding of IKEA's current practices in achieving the goal of circular economy? What do you think they are doing well, and areas of improvement that led you to suggest these recommendations?
Okay, so currently IKEA is working on a couple of sustainability methods, and this includes like the buyback and resell program, which is probably the most well-renowned one. And they're also crafting recyclable furniture so that their consumers are able to contribute to the circular economy. However, we thought that we should build on this even more by our second proposal, because we are able to digitalize the paper manuals that are used, which means that even their paper manuals are recyclable, not just their furniture. And which means that we won't be contributing to extra waste by the paper manuals. And they are also trying to reduce greenhouse gases, which isn't an area we focused on, but we also acknowledge that they are doing well on. And there are also quality materials that they are using so that the designs of the furniture last longer, and proposal 1 and 3 also aim to enhance this. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question is looking into your first recommendation. It seems that your assumption is that because they're using it temporarily, and so if we sell it to them with a lease, then they would buy from us. But the question is, why don't they just go for a cheaper product? Why do you feel like is the incentive for people to go into the hassle of leasing it and instead just purchase a cheaper product? Does that really promote reuse and the use of this service?
Yeah, we believe that this assumption that they will lease the product is likely true because the consumers will want quality over, I guess, quantity or the price, and IKEA is able to offer this app. If the products are leased, IKEA is able to offer both quality and the affordability concepts. So that would mean that leasing would be a good alternative.
Got it. Thank you. And regarding the third idea, I just want to understand more a little bit. So you are saying that you're offering it in bulk, and so it's cheaper. So is that the value proposition? Why would this lead to offices using this proposal that you have instead of going for other alternatives?
Please, Erin, you have only 30 seconds to answer this question. Thank you.
Thaddeus, would you like to take charge of proposal 3?
You're asking why buying in bulk is cheaper?
So are you simply suggesting that you offer a cheaper price and offer it in bulk? Is this what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Yeah, we are offering that, and we are also offering, like, because they're buying in bulk and buying standardized products, we can help them. Since the costs are already reduced, we can also help them like install it into their office buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge Angeli. And now, please, Judge Linda, please answer the questions you have for a minute. Thank you.
My question for you guys is, have you done any customer insight research? And then why your solution will be appreciated by those customers you have interviewed? Thank you.
Actually, most of our research is reliant on secondary research that's already been established on the internet and available to the mass public. So, and it's also research that's like published by IKEA, so we know that it's reliable. And because we are unable to contact our target market of, for example, expats directly, so it is much more reliable for us to find information from online.
So you assume they will like your solution and assume you'll fix their pain point?
Okay. As for research-wise, we went to find other companies who are doing similar, who are carrying out this similar concepts of proposals. For example, we have Lian Furniture Company in Singapore, and they offer this loaning of furniture concept, and it is quite successful in Singapore because Singapore is made of 1.6 million foreigners, and they do have reviews online to show how people have benefited from their services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Judge Linda Wang, do you have another question? Thank you.
Well, it's not question, it's more about input. I think the recycling guideline attached to the product menu is quite on spot. That's the approach we are developing globally. So I think they have very good observation about the pain point of the customers for now. However, for the leasing part, especially for the SB part, I think that's the reason we haven't done that until now. So I really appreciate that you interview those target audience. You wanna develop the solutions and just to know where's the pain point and what's the opportunity that you can actually done that. Yeah, that's my input. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your suggestions.
Okay, thank you, George Angeli and George Linda, and thank you, Team Sterling, for giving us this nice presentation. And we have finished all the presentations today. Now, may we have George Angeli give us 3 minutes comment to the participant. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for all the teams for the hard work and effort. I could totally see that there's a lot that have been done behind the scene in coming up with these recommendations. I think especially appreciate that the teams, some of the teams have done an extra mile in doing extra surveys and testing out whether their recommendations might be attractive. Though in real life that I would doubt how valid those results are, depending on how you do design the survey and whether what the customers say they are attractive of necessarily means the behavior is actually consistent. But always appreciate the extra miles that teams would be doing. My comment as to rooms of improvement is really to focus more on the C part. I think the observation and understanding of the current situation is the foundation for all the recommendations. And on one level, all teams have kind of done observation on general customer behavior, which is great. There's because we too are customers, and so that is an easily accessible aspect. But observations come in very multiple facets. The second level, which I feel like some teams have done more and some team has less, is what are the existing practices that IKEA has already been doing. And so when we have questions of, oh, didn't IKEA already done this, or what's your understanding? I think some teams fall short in really analyzing where the gaps actually are. So on that piece, but observations actually has multifacets. One is, what's the competitive landscape of how beyond IKEA, how are other companies working on these practices, and can we reference on what they do well? This aspect seems to be something that teams can consider. The second is beyond general customer behavior, specifically for IKEA customers. How are they in the customer journey of from purchasing to using and recycling? I think there could be more analysis done in that aspects to allow you to make much stronger observations, because it feels like there could be a bit more work on the root causes of why we might not be achieving the desired goal of circular economy as much, so that basing on the observations to uncover root causes of why things are led this way is super important. And last recommendation to suggest is to really be honest about the assumptions that you are making in that recommendations and how you are testing those assumptions. I think that is certainly key in allowing for a more solid presentation. But overall, really enjoyed the presentations and really congratulate the hard work that you have demonstrated. I'll pass the time to Linda.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anjali. Okay, thank you.
I think Anjali has done everything. I said everything I want to say. It's really good input for all the hard works from all the students. I'm also very thankful that all the students put such more effort into going extra mile of justifying their solutions. So well done, everyone. Give yourself a big clap. And then all the ideas, solution proposals really valuable for IKEA, and we will take that into considerations. And my input for all the students that in corporate world, we only care about the visibility. And then the visibility comes from how much and how well you understand the customers and how well you design the customer journey that Anjali has mentioned. So in order to rationalize and then to put your ideas into actions, the visibility is the key point. So in the future, when you enter the corporate world or into the civil society or NGO work, whatever, keep in mind that how my solution can really address the pain point from the target audience that you are aiming to reach, so that the sustainability or the more sustainable future is possible. Yeah, that's my input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all participants and judges today. And this is the end of the presentation.
Hi, so what's the next steps? Are we going back to the main room?
Oh no, we will stay in this room, yeah, because everybody's in this room. And Christy, you can start the next step. Yeah.
Hi, Angie. I'm just checking in. Are we done for the whole presentation and feedback?
Yeah, room A is down. And we are waiting for everybody for the next day. Yeah.
Okay, so we will we'll close down all the breakout room and we'll go back to the main room together. It's time for the final wrap up. Thank you all. We'll meet everyone in the main room.
It is the result of collective wisdom. Together, we make our society a better place. You can be part of it. Don't worry if you can make it. In this challenge, we will guide you to explore the fun of See, Think, Wonder, and spark your creativity. After the challenge, you will see things differently. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. We hope the challenge will be your start. Now, join the challenge. Revive your mind.
2 exciting months of challenge. Starting from round 1. Participants see the centennial transformation of stoves and think of reasons behind the changes. In round 2, participants applied wonder to compare school cafeterias in different countries to spot differences between them, unleash their creative potential and bring home a world of fresh ideas. Ultimately, out of over 1,000 innovative thinkers, 45 participants from 3 regions gathering in one stage joined forces with their team to brainstorm innovative ideas and create practical proposals for IKEA's circular economy goals, and receive feedback from educators and industry experts serving as judges. Engaging in dialogue with IKEA themselves, becoming a force for change in the corporate world. From see to think and finally wonder. Participants will sharpen their thinking skills and make an impact on the world, turning their thoughts into actions. May 14th, See Think Wonder Challenge Semi-Final. Join us in bearing witness to a changing world. Let's embrace innovation and unlock the power of progress for a brighter tomorrow.
Okay, welcome back everyone back to the main room. So now please keep your camera on and microphone off again. Big thank you for everyone's participation. Today's semi-final has been a super exciting one. So now it's time to announce the winners, as we can see from the PowerPoint. So first we have Team 6, and second we have Team 10. Then we have Team 1, Team 13, and Team 2. Congratulations to all the teams that have advanced to the final. We will send out an email with important information about the final round shortly, so please be reminded to check out your email. And for those who have not advanced to the final, we want to let you know how impressed we are to see you here, passing through all these challenges. Though we didn't get the chance to move on to the next round with you, we hope that you know you have achieved that people rarely have. Please don't forget what you have picked up here. Take this with you and take on your next challenge. You will be amazed by how great you are the next time. And so now it's time for a group photo. Please turn on your camera and pose for a photo. So first is a group photo for all of the participants, guests, and also the judges.
And oops, Christy, I think we can wait for your countdown and do the photo shooting.
Fisher, can you do the photo shooting?
Oh, I'm just doing a countdown. Yeah. Okay, I'll just do a countdown for someone, but I know that our staff is ready to take the photo. So 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, I know we have 100 participants, so we probably have to do it 2 more times. Okay, 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right, the last one. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, thank you all, and we will take a final photo for the participant and the judges. I'll just pass the microphone back to Christy.
Okay, so now let me share the screen again. Now I will pass the time to Maggie, who will have a brief conclusion of today's semifinal.
So before that, I just want to make sure all the participants, you have a unique photo with all the judges. So I will just ask all the other participants and our crew members to turn off our own camera, and we will just leave judges and the participants on for your group photo. Okay, I'll just turn off my own camera too. Okay. Last few team members, Lulu and Anita, we need you to turn off your camera. and we'll do a final photo for you all. Okay. I'll do the countdown for you. All right. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, and one more time. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, good. Thank you all. And let me just do a quick wrap up for today. Thank you so much for coming here. I'm so excited to see all this happen today. And I would say that this is very, to me personally, I also think this is a very unique opportunity. Yeah, just give me a second. Okay, I think my camera's on. Okay, this is a very unique opportunity because I know there's a lot of case competition out there, but I think this is a new collaboration across students, corporation, and educators all around different part of the world. And this past month has been incredible. I'm so proud of all of you who have shown such a great creativity and passion in sustainable future. I think we all know that everyone's talking about SDG. The world is heading toward a more sustainable way of life. And we are constantly dealing with the paradox between idealism and the practicality. Almost through this exercise, I hope that everyone realizes each sustainable actions require economical resources, which where companies like IKEA and a lot of companies who is focusing on ESG can make a huge impact with the practical business that they've been dealing with every day, and with a lot of customers they are facing. Any kind of innovation that's coming out that can put into a real practice will really impact the world. And the world also need more young people like you all who's aware of the challenge of sustainability, that you can use your brain power to make a right balance between idealism and the practicality to make the real impact real and last long. So I believe that young people have the power to make this happen. All of you who are the future of tomorrow, and you will inherit the world, it's up to you to make this a better place. So please don't be too bothered by your ranking. Do not give up on your dream. Continue and keep up and keep dreaming big. Try to keep thinking outside of the box and keep trying things and make impossible possible. Because I think the world needs you all, needs your imagination, needs your creativity, and needs your passion. So one last thing, I think the real impacts require a dedication and a rigorous questioning about how to make it happen. It is a question that we, our team, constantly ask ourselves too. So this is how we make this challenge happen. So we believe you can make this similar things happen too. And I just want to let you know that good things do not come in just with a flip of magic wand. It is usually the result of constant hard work. And usually you have to be really perseverance, be open-minded, and you always have to listen to the feedback and try again. So I hope this challenge will not be the end. It's like a start. I hope it inspires you to continue to think and dream big. I want to thank you all, the judges, for your time and expertise. I want to thank all the sponsors for your support. And I want to thank all the participants for your time and endeavor. Thank you all for making the world a better place. And thanks every participant who joined today for being part of the Seizing Wonder Challenge. I hope more people will be able to join us next year and put our thinking in a better future tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you for participating with us. And I hope that you can also share with us your feedback through the feedback form, and also sign up to watch for the final, because we are going to host a final in January 18th. Okay, I'll pass it to Christy.
Thank you very much, Maggie, for a nice summary of today's semifinal. And thank you again for all the participants and judges coming today. I hope it has been a really exciting day for all of you. And yeah, like just sign up to watch the video. We'll see you soon in the final. See ya.
Thank you all. And hope everyone have a good weekend. Thanks every judges for coming. Thanks every participants. I hope to see you all again pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, I think it's only our team left.
Also, it's our only website, IKEA website guide. In summary, this website guide will help consumers to evaluate their situation. When consumers want to discard items both in IKEA, perhaps due to damage or dislike, they can go to a website for a suggestion of what to instead of discarding first for a circular economy. This website will provide suggestions such as buying spare parts to fix the item, selling, recycling, and finally, if nothing is possible, discarding. So the website will be split into 4 parts. Firstly, consumers have to give information about the item they are inquiring about. Information that needs to be provided includes and limited to style, size, and product number. Then, user will then have to input why they want to discard the item in hand. For example, they do not like the current style of their item, it is badly damaged, very dirty, or they are moving house and do not need this item anymore. Thirdly, users have to evaluate the quality of the item itself. For example, if any part is damaged or if it can still be used. Lastly, after all the information has been entered in a website guide, we'll then generate several suggestions and rank them in order. The website guide will prioritize buying spare parts and fix the item, selling the item, recycling, and final resource discarding. In addition, it can let consumers take photos and make a brief description, and that the website judge how much consumer can get if such things are sold to IKEA or using the respect commitment in IKEA. Yes, these are the benefit and disadvantage of our current proposal of the website guide. Firstly, the website guide will boost IKEA brand image and reputation, as it will seem that IKEA is trying to focus on the circular economy and reputation, as it will seem and saving the environment. Moreover, it will increase consumer loyalty, as there are such guides that help consumers make decisions that do not harm the environment. Additionally, this increase the number of people who use IKEA promotion program. Lastly, IKEA can achieve additional income through the consumer who buy spare parts for reassembling, selling, and recycling. However, there are costs that need to be addressed as well. Web designers that have to design and make the website guide, staff who have to come with the suggestion for consumer, and staff that give real-time advice and feedback to consumer in person and online. We have come to the end of our presentation about our proposal about IKEA and the circular economy. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank
now
you,
is the
Team
Q&A
A.
time.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Team A, for giving such a nice presentation. So now may we have Judge Han Kim-Poo to ask questions regarding the presentation, and you have 4 minutes to ask. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Team A, for your presentation. I have one main question, right, for the entire presentation. What is your assessment of the viability that this will work? For example, when you talk about the repackaging, I'm just thinking and wondering the cost needed and effort needed for many people, many stakeholders to take the effort. All right. And the question on the part of the website, how viable do you think? Have you done an assessment to, evaluate whether this will take off? So this is my big question for the team. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the question. So about the feasibility, we definitely consider the feasibility, right?
So for the first packaging sharing about the cost, we actually want to combine the current service. It's actually IKEA actually provide a very diverse service. Like they will have to they have one of the service called like to collect the furniture you don't want. So I think the transportation thing, we can actually combine this and to collect those cardboard that they want and packaging they want to share at different spots. And actually, we want to implement this in Singapore first, because Singapore is like a very environmental friendly country, and the customer may have a high sense of being environmental friendly. That's why the pilot scheme we would like to export in the Singapore first. So for the proposal 2 about the website, I think this is more feasible than proposal 1, because it actually not to take many, like I think many people know how to make a website, so the cost is actually not that high. I think the point we need to figure out is the accuracy of the suggestion, because we may, so that's why we need to take many effort on the data collection, how usually customer want how customer want to deal with their things. And we have actually several suggestions in our mind. It's like, I don't know if you know what is IKEA hack on the internet. It's about we can use different IKEA things to make it resemble ourselves and make it into a new thing. And also, as I've mentioned, IKEA have many service. They also have the home planning service. This is also what we want to integrate into our website. That is one of our suggestions. So we are actually not really making something new, but integrate what IKEA have into one website that we can give suggestions to them. Yeah, hope I have answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge Hong Kim Hu, for asking. So now may we have Judge Nancy Wu from IKEA to ask questions, and you may ask now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Team A. I think it's good to have the one project idea comes from the communication consideration. I think that the website guide is kind of like the communication we can do for circular economy. So I have 2 questions for these 2 ideas. For the first one, for the packaging one, of course, we all know that packaging will be the key topic we need to consider, because we use the material and it will be thrown away after we assembling the furniture. But as I asked the question for other team as well, where the money comes from, because the IKEA still is a profit oriented organization or company. So all the things we do, we need to consider the ROI, profit return. So I think it could be consider more comprehensive about all the costs we need to pay for it and what the benefit we can get, because the reputation or awareness is not the only thing IKEA want to get. For the things will be like we don't waste anything in the world. Yeah, and I also mentioned that if the packaging need to be the material back to the factory, you also have the transportation to add the carbon emission. So I think it could be reconsider about how to utilize those material locally, but not to back to the factory. And as for the website guide, I think it's a good idea to consolidate all the things together. But I think what is missing is the idea to support those solutions, because if we want to have if the consumer have tired with the furniture, what they can do. So if we want to take back those furniture, we need to have the
detail about how to take back those furniture from customer, something like that. So I will think the website guide is kind of like a consolidation way to communicate what IKEA is working for the circular economy, but not really a project we can do right now because all the things need to support by the idea that could do first. Yeah. So regarding the package one, I think the how to utilize it in locally will be the one question. And as you mentioned that the IKEA hacker one to like to use the IKEA furniture to reassembling or something like that. What we, of course, we can do like this, but what we consider is the safety issue. If you reassembling the furniture not a right way, if there any damage or cause any heritage for the people, it will be another issue. So for the safety consideration, we won't encourage the consumers to reassembling the furniture. If they do it by themselves, and they need to take the responsibility for themselves. But if it is encouraged by IKEA, IKEA need to responsible for the safety. So this it should be considered as well.
Okay,
So my question, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for suggestion and questions. And about the safety, I think IKEA shall have like tried, or we have failed.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you have like 1 minute to answer, so thank you.
Okay, sure, thanks. We have like failed example how they should be like resembling, and yeah, we of course we won't like to encourage them to resemble themselves. It's definitely not the thing we want to do. And the solution, we actually have to not only to encourage to resemble, or we can also encourage them to recycle, or to encourage to recycle at like certain points. And for the first proposal, I think the most concern is the cost. We understand, we actually talk a lot within our teams, like how to deal with the cost. We think that it actually takes time to encourage people to recycle more. The more they recycle, the more the less cost we need to do this thing. So I believe that it takes time to deal with the issue.
Thank you.
Okay, time is up. Thank you, Team 8 and two judges. So now we'll have a 5-minute break. And for the teams presenting later, please do not leave room B, and please come back at around 10:08. See you. Please, the break time is now over, so please come back and have your camera on and your microphone off. And now, team 11, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation, and you may begin now.
Hello everyone. Today we are going to present our proposals for IKEA. I'm from team 11. The first proposal is providing more options for Second Life. We found that 9 million tons of furniture are being disposed every single year, and most of the times they are disposed as trash rather than being resold or recycled. And one of the reasons for people disposing furniture is because they find that the products are not in line of trend anymore or not preferred anymore. We believe that by providing furniture a second life, we can reassemble it as the same furniture, but also being able to turn them into new furniture by using the raw materials from the original furniture, and also donating them to vocational schools that need raw materials. IKEA could also organize workshops at primary and secondary schools with different non-profit organizations by teaching students how to make new products by using raw materials from old furniture. We introduced some new methods to give furniture a second life based on what IKEA has been doing. This is our flow chart. This could extend the life of furniture. Resell and donation of products could decrease the environmental harm caused by disposable furniture. It could increase money incentive for consumers and IKEA to sell/donate the materials to become more willing to support the services. This could also increase the willingness of consumers to purchase in IKEA regularly, and people will find buying furniture in IKEA more cost effective than compared to other stores. By donating the raw materials, vocational schools will also save costs on buying the materials. This could increase IKEA's brand image. Although IKEA cannot make any profit from donating the materials, they are not required to fix the damaged part when donating the raw materials, and they can consider this action as a soft advertisement for themselves. By organizing workshops, students could also have a chance to try some practical ways to protect the environment. IKEA could also fulfill their social responsibility as a corporation and increase their reputation by cooperating with different non-profit organizations.
However, the sales figure might decrease in short term because furniture sold could be used for longer time by reassembling, unless the furniture cannot be reassembled to the furniture that satisfies consumers' need. And some consumers might don't know how to disassemble the furniture or the assembling process, or they are worried about getting hurt during the assembling process. In this case, IKEA could show consumers that all material used by IKEA have already undergone safety certification, and IKEA will recall the furniture if they found that they might hurt the consumers. This could minimize the risk that consumers get hurt during the assembling process. IKEA could further minimize the risk by reducing and centralizing the use of different raw materials, so all raw materials could be used to build up most of the furniture sold in IKEA, such as the iron rod used for drying rack could be used to assemble double-decker bed. If the consumers really don't want to do the assembling process or disassembly process by themselves, they could request paid service from IKEA to help them to do so. IKEA could gain chance to get posted when they demonstrate new policies for giving second life to furniture. This is one kind of soft advertisement and could show IKEA's care of environment and of the environment. This could help IKEA increase IKEA's brand image and attract potential consumers.
And the second proposal is expansion on consumer base for leasing servers. And we have observed that IKEA will collaborate with companies by providing leasing servers. People prefer to purchase brand new products because the quality of second-hand products is not guaranteed, and they care about their image consciousness. Also, for short-term residents, purchasing a new set of furniture is very expensive and inconvenient. And our proposal is by expanding the consumer base, the life of furniture could be expanded, increase the profit, and raise the brand image of IKEA. And this is entire process. And requiring consumers paying deposit and pay back to them if the furniture being rented don't need to be repaired.
2 minutes left. Thank you.
Give the illusion to consumers that they put their money after renting the furniture and decrease the repairing cost required for IKEA to fix it. Donating a set of furniture cannot be used again could also increase the brand image of IKEA. And if IKEA decide to donate all furniture that has only been used for one time to people in need, ensure there are 1,000 sofas that have been used for 2 years. And there are only 100 people need sofa. Every person in need will be allocated 10 sofas, or even more. This will lead to a waste because people don't need that much. There will also be people criticizing IKEA if they just act like they care about people in need and treating the land like landfill by disposing useless furniture to land.
However, there are a number of companies that have already started the service and got a group of regular consumers, so it is hard for IKEA to earn that much profit as expected. For short-term use consumers, it tends to be more cost-effective and environmentally friendly for them to rent the furniture compared to buying. Consumers are more likely to become regular consumers of IKEA. Corporate consumers could show their support to circular economy by using the service.
There's 30 seconds left, so please make a conclusion.
Image and attract potential consumers. Most importantly, this could decrease the cost for renting furniture and still provide safe and comfortable environments to staff. And the renovation of the IKEA's policy on leasing service will help IKEA to gain brand image, to gain a chance to be reported and increase the brand image. IKEA could also earn extra profit when they expand the consumer base. However, the demand for general short-term consumers might be much higher than that for corporate consumers. So second-hand used furniture might depreciate over time after renting to general consumers. In this case, IKEA could resell those furniture to people with financial needs or donate the furniture or raw material following the way that have been mentioned in the first proposal. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 11, for giving such a nice presentation. So now may we have Judge Han Kim-Hoo to ask some questions regarding the presentation. And you now have 4 minutes to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 11. I have only one question to ask Team 11. If you are a management in IKEA, would you buy your own idea on the leasing?
I think yes, because like in Hong Kong, there are let me take Hong Kong as an example, because there are many business people that who work in because Hong Kong is like really a financially based city, and there are many short-term users of the furniture there are many people who are working in Hong Kong for like just 1 to 2 years because their company allocated them to work in Hong Kong. And if they are like, how to say that? And because if buying them, it will be like less environmentally friendly, as those like in the Europe and those US places are more concerned about being environmentally friendly, and if they just throw it up, and they will be less likely to throw it away directly. So if there is a leasing service provided to them, they will be more likely to rent the furniture compared to buying it. So yeah,
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge Huntington, for asking. So now we have Judge Nancy Wu from IKEA to ask questions, and you may begin now. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 11. I think to donate the raw material to the college or university for the design school or something like that, it will be quite good to utilize those raw material in local market. As I asked a lot of asked other things regarding the localizing usage of the materials. But for the second idea regarding the leasing, I think it could reconsider about who will like to buy the second-hand furniture. In your proposal, you mentioned like the corporate will buy the second-hand product. I guess. Yep.
I'm sorry, but we mentioned that we will rent the second-hand used furniture to corporate consumers, but not selling it to them, because like this could show that they support the circular economy, and it is much lower than renting the cost lower than renting a brand new product.
Yes. Okay. Then for the experience we have, normally the corporate need the brand new furniture, because if they put in their office, they will face a lot of consumers or their stakeholder, so they want the brand new one. They don't want the second-hand one, so they can do the leasing project, but they don't want the second-hand one. They want to the first one to use the leasing, the brand new one. So it also need to be considered who will buy the second-hand furniture, because it do the leasing project is easy, but when the contract end after like the 2 or 3 years, who will buy those furnitures? So how much discount you can need to provide to that the normal consumer want to get those second-hand furniture? I think is the key things need to consider. So I think this is the first one I want to mention for the leasing project.
Sorry, but may I add some points on it? Because the reason why we believe the corporate consumers will use the second-hand one, because they just have to show their own consumers that they are they don't want to show that they don't have the money to buy a brand new product. However, I believe that if the second-hand used product could be renewed to a way that looks like a brand new product, and it is safe enough and comfortable for their own consumers using the product, it would be the same. It will have the same effects to them. So we at the point we proposed is to rent it to general consumers, and if they use it and if they have used for a certain times, and after giving it back to IKEA, then IKEA may do the renewal of the furniture so that they looks like a brand new one, and they will releasing it to the corporate consumers with the second-hand used ones, so they could show that they support the circular economy. And if for those who cannot how to sell it, because I found that in IKEA there is an asset area to sell different products with lower price. I think those products could be placed at those second-hand used product could be placed as in the asset area, so the consumers could consider to buy those products if they want a second-hand one or those with lower price. And also they could sell it in those charity activities with lower price, so this could also donate the profit earned to those charities, and this could also fulfill the social responsibility for IKEA. And it could
sorry
also...
to interrupt, you have about 1 minute to answer, so thank you.
Okay, and to resell it in, and those furniture could be resold for like charity use, and like so this could also increase the brand image of IKEA.
Yeah, thank you to notice the this area in IKEA store. But I guess the most important thing is the cost, because as I mentioned that IKEA is a profit company. We need to earn the money, then we can do something to like the donate or to increase the representative, because nothing is free. So everything needs to cost the money, and how to maintain the profit in order for us to invest more in other sustainability topic, I think is quite key issue or things we need to consider when we want to launch any kind of the circular economy project.
Sorry, I want to add some points on it. And because like how to say that, because like there is the cost required to make a sofa, and like for example the sofa have been rented for 5 times at $100, and the cost for making a sofa is like 200. I assume that, and if we sell it, it could be sold at $300, I guess. So the extra $200 could be earned, and this extra profit could be used to develop, to do the donation, and to still remain the profit earned, and although the very beginning of the renovation of the surface may take a little bit of the cost, the extra profit earned in the long term could cover the initial cost, and to earn extra profit for IKEA to focus on the other sustainability issues.
Okay, I'm very sorry, but because the time is up, so we have to end here for now. So thank you, Team 11 and 2 judges. So Team 14, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation, and you may begin now.
Hi, testing. Can you hear me? Okay. We're going to introduce that proposal. Let's move on to the first one about the reusable packaging. Let me mention what we observed. IKEA is notorious for using a large amount of packaging material, while plenty of them go waste. Those materials cost a lot and more than €1 billion. The reason why IKEA adopt cardboard packaging is to eliminate the use of plastic. Next page. How can we reduce those losses? Next page. IKEA can turn packaging itself into products. Firstly, IKEA should design products which are able to be converted by the cardboard. In a warehouse sticker with instruction we put on the cardboard. Moreover, tutoring videos should be uploaded to the website. Importantly, we have to make sure that the cardboard product can be used a certain period of time, let's say at least 30 times. When the products are no longer used, people can send it back to IKEA store and recycle it and get a discount. Next page. IKEA can benefit because of the unique packaging. It can be one of the selling points, attracting more customers to buy furniture and increase the sales revenue. Also, it can differentiate IKEA from different companies, increase the competitiveness and market share. Moreover, the customer may form the consumption habit of purchasing furniture from IKEA, further increase IKEA's market share. Next page. Next page. Okay, for consumers, they can save money from enjoying discount. Furthermore, it may provide more time for them to consider what they should buy. Next page. For environment, it can decrease the number of trees to be cut. Moreover, it can alleviate global warming by decreasing the production of greenhouse gases. Next page. For the first change, not this page here, right? The page before. Okay. For the first change, several set of blueprints are required for different sizes of packaging boxes, which is such a lot workload. IKEA can print different kinds of blueprints that can fit with different product packaging size. IKEA's packaging are all flat pack, and the blueprint can be made easily for different size of rectangular packaging. For the second challenge, the packaging is supposed to protect the furniture inside. Although IKEA has a professional team for delivery service, it's unavoidable to damage the packaging cardboard. How can it be converted into a usable product? There are two cases for that. For a slightly damaged one, it can be cut to make other product like for a divisor by following the tutorial videos. For the serious damaged one, customer can send it back to IKEA directly as it's not able to be converted into any product. For this case, IKEA will provide larger discount for that. This is the end of the first one. Let's move on to the second one.
Okay, next, I'm going to introduce moving services. Next page. More and more students and young people rent houses and move often. Sometimes they throw away their furniture because they are too heavy for them to move. Next page. So I'm going to introduce our moving services. This service is for young people who rent houses. They have to spend more than 5,000 NT dollars. Also, they can't live too far away. Next page. How does this service cost? If you move in Taipei City, it may cost 2,000 to 3,000. You have to pay more if the place doesn't have an elevator or they need to move between different cities. Other policies can refer to the delivering service of IKEA. Next page. More students and youth will buy furniture from IKEA. IKEA can also cooperate with university and social housing. I think because IKEA has experience in delivering and moving furniture, they won't have so much difficulty conducting this service. Next page. People don't have to move furniture by themselves or spend a high price moving these things. Next page. For the environment, less furniture will be thrown away because consumers will use them longer. Next page. This proposal needs more moving staff members, more trucks, and a larger delivery system. What is the difference between IKEA moving services and other moving services? First, some moving companies only provide services in one city. IKEA can deliver them to different cities. Second, IKEA move staff knows how to disassemble IKEA furniture. Next page. What is the benefit of this proposal? People will spend more, and I think the revenue can bear the cost. Also, IKEA will be thought of as a company which is good for young people. IKEA will be considered as a company that focuses on the renting issue. Let's go to the next proposal.
2 minutes left. Thank you.
So our next proposal is a exchange and upscale policy. Our current economy, the way it works is when a piece of furniture is broken, consumers tend to very quickly dispose of it. Even if the item is recycled, there's a little guarantee that it enters the recycling system. So due to just a small defect or slight wear and tear, perfectly good parts are thrown, never to be used again. So the proposal we propose is a policy. So this exchange and upscale policy happens in 4 steps. The first step, a person brings the IKEA furniture they want to their nearest IKEA store. The furniture must meet these 3 criteria: to be with minimal wear and tear, at least 80% of the original item has been retained, and has a 3-year period since the buying date. Step 2, upon giving the item to IKEA, the item is subject to a quality check, which determines a percentage of its raw parts that can be reused. These raw parts, the percentage of reusability will then determine the discount the member will be able to obtain for future purchases. The future purchase must be within $50 of the previously exchanged item and can be redeemed at any time in the future. So how will IKEA benefit? IKEA will be able to save on cost price on buying new parts, make more sales, and possibly
30 seconds left. Please conclude your presentation.
Because this policy only applies to members, they will be able to gain more benefits. For consumers, they can gain a brand new item on a lower price. Consumers can also upscale and gain better and new items. For the environment, this policy aims to look at items not as just a furniture, but as a sum of many parts that can be reintegrated into the economy. If customers use the discount gain on smaller items, our policy will counter that because it focuses on upscaling. If a customer wants to downgrade on an item, they would need to buy they will need to buy a multiple of the small items to have the total price be more than the original item's price. Another challenge is if the customers abuse this policy in a constant process of upscaling, this may cause a loss for IKEA, but this won't happen because there's a minimum time period the customer must abide to. This ensures that they don't just buy and exchange new items, giving them 100% discounts. What if an item is deemed in 100% condition so they can get 100% discounts? This should not happen because the item will be deteriorated slightly with a time period of 3 years. Let's look at an item, the IKEA Groland workbench. The cost price is 75 SGD, but when we look at this item as the sum of its parts, there are 76 parts in the side table, of which majority are reusable into other furniture. The typical cost, material cost of an IKEA product ranges from 20 to 40%. So
I'm really sorry because the presentation time is up, so maybe you can give a quick conclusion. Thank you.
Yes, so this policy aims to look at items as parts that can be reused and encourages customers to look at their furniture as part of a constant process of recycling and renewing rather than just a piece of furniture to be thrown away. Thank you. This concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Team 14. So now may we have Judge Han Kim-Hoo to ask some questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 14. I have one question for the moving services that you have proposed. I think that's proposal 2. There was a mention that actually the moving services by IKEA is actually lower than the moving services by moving services company. Now, I'm not too sure whether that cost is lower. It's because that moving services cost is actually with the purchase of the furniture. So I need to clarify this because IKEA is a profit-driven company. All right, that's my first question. On your proposal 3, overall, have you considered the cost in terms of manpower, the work to be done to actually implement all the processes that you have proposed? If the cost is too high, would that be viable, feasible? So these are my 2 main questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think some of the cost of delivering is included because I think the cost is not too much for IKEA to afford because it doesn't cost less than other companies. So I just saw this proposal as a service for those young people and give them some I think this is just for those young people to buy more things and get these services. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge Han Kim-Hoo for asking. So now may you please have Judge Nancy Wu from IKEA, and you have 4 minutes to ask your questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Team 14. And I think to use the what if to consider the exchange and upsell policy is quite good to use a different way to thinking. I think one question is like as Dr. Hong asked regarding the moving service. I'm not sure it's kind of like the added value service for IKEA or for the customer, or it's kind of like the for us. In fact, we do cooperate with the third party, the other vendor, to work for the delivery service. So it's not owned by the IKEA itself, because the IKEA is quite good at the for the product design, for the transportation from factory to the market, and also good at the selling in retailer. But like the delivery and the assembling,
maybe it's not really done by IKEA itself. So wonder that it's kind of like sounds like that it's like the moving service kind of like the added value for those students who buy items from IKEA, right?
Yes.
Okay. For the packaging part, I think, of course, like I mentioned before, it's really the topic we are working on right now. And I think all the things need to reconsider how the material could be used. I think it's a good idea to when we design the package, we already consider when they take out the furniture what the packaging could be used, like to make it as another furniture. I think it's quite good idea. Yeah, and I think another feedback will be like the overall. I think the cost need to be considered for every ideas. Just I mentioned before, like for all the idea or project we launched, we need to consider the ROI, the profit we can return. Normally, it won't be like if we spend like the $50, actually we need to maybe earn like the 20 or 30 times of the money we spend in order to get the profit. So I think all the costs need to be considered in the whole process. Yeah, I don't have a further question. Yeah.
Okay, so time is up, and so thank you team 14 and to judges. So we have finished all the presentations today. So now may we have Judge Han Kim-Hu to give a 3-minute comment to the participants. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. I think overall, I can see that there are a lot of effort put in by every team. And I can see the creativity and the imagination of all your suggestions. The only area which I thought, but it's quite reasonable because I guess many of the participants are students. Just Nancy Wu has highlighted that in actually all our efforts, to save the world, I think to make it practical and feasible, the cost of doing things is always the biggest obstacle. All right. And I noticed that the efforts actually have the focus of every team has been on either reusing or recycling, and possibly in remaking of some of the processes. However, what I noticed that is missing, but I'm a layman, but I also love furniture, is actually whether you can recommend to IKEA redesigning. Because fashion changed, people's taste change, and IKEA is always very forward-looking, looking at redesigning to the taste. So taking the opportunity of redesigning to make the use of the materials that fit into this circular economy. So that is the part I noticed that is missing. And I also noticed that when we talk about furniture, because my 2 children, I have 2 children who have just got their own houses, and they were all doing the renovation, and they visit IKEA Singapore very frequent. So I hear from them that unlike some generations ago, people just want convenient. They buy, use for 3-4 years and throw. But this is no more among the young people. They want to use things that they can use it for long, and if possible, to recycle. So my impression is that redesigning might be one possible area to look at for the potential of doing this circular economy. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge Han Kim-Hu, for your comments. And now maybe invite Judge Nancy Wu to give a 3-minute comment to our participants. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone to bring a lot of good ideas in your proposal. I think most important thing, I think the sustainability and the circular economy is really a trend, and really the things we need to do, or all the company need to do right now, not in the future, is right now. And I think a lot of idea you mentioned, actually we already consider this idea before. And what is the challenge part will be like the ROI that I mentioned, due to the cost is really high, and what kind of the payback that a profit company need to get, I think is a quite important topic. And I also noticed that some of the group, the idea is good, but maybe not really consider where those furniture can goes for, who will buy the second-hand items, and who is your really target. And for those company who want to earn the reputation regarding the sustainability, do they willing to pay more money to get those second-hand furniture, or when they do the leasing part, maybe they need to pay extra money for the service and to cover all the costs, something like that. I think that is the real situation we are facing right now. But I think it's really good to have the good ideas from you guys for the young talent. I think it's really appreciate your ideas and the time for consider all the things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge Nancy Wu. And thank you for all the participants and judges. So now everyone, you can proceed to the main room, or you can proceed to room A to continue listening to the other participants' presentations. And to judges, we will directly move you to room A. So thank you everyone for participating.
Sorry, we have one teammate haven't come in the room. So what should we do now?
You can start first because your time is discount now.
Okay, good morning. This is Team 3 proposal. We have two proposals. Proposals one focus on reducing and reusing. We think that IKEA should have an option for renting furniture instead of buying it. If IKEA rents furniture out instead of selling it, the furniture will eventually be returned to the company, and from there, they can continue renting it to other people. This way, there will be no waste, as there will be no disposal of furniture. Additionally, we want to focus on maximizing the life of the item and prolonging its life cycle as much as possible. This will help to reduce waste. Now, let's discuss our target customer. The first type of customer we want to focus on are students living in dorm. This is because we believe students have a strong incentive for renting furniture instead of buying it. Students usually cannot afford to buy furniture, so it will be much easier and more affordable for them to simply rent it instead. It's also sustainable. Students go in and out of dorm every year, which means there will always be a market for renting furniture. Also, it's difficult for students to handle their dorm room furniture after they graduate, since they have already bought it. But if they rent the furniture, this problem can be solved. We believe this will benefit both IKEA and students, as IKEA will be able to earn a huge amount of profit, and students can get to save money. Additionally, a huge amount of waste will be avoided, as students will return their furniture instead of throwing away. Our second group of target customer is tenants. Since tenants do not own the home they are living in, whenever they move, they need to deal with their old unwanted furniture, which could be quite a hassle. But this could be avoided if they simply rent the furniture. That way, when they eventually move out, they can simply return the furniture instead of trying to find somewhere to put it or throw it away. This could also open a huge market of rental for IKEA, as most people living in high-cost areas such as Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taiwan are tenants.
There are also ways to improve this idea sustainably. The first is to prepare a resume for the furniture. The furniture should include detailed information such as when and where it was made, who had rented it before, and the condition of it, such as which part is new or has been repaired before, and also the life cycle assessment of the product. The life cycle assessment is a process where some experts will review the product and give an estimated life expectancy of it. We believe doing this is an important part of the renting process. Additionally, it is important to know that the life cycle assessment because we can then try our best to prolong it in order to reduce the disposal. This will increase sustainability. The second way to perform this idea sustainably is for IKEA to offer customers free maintenance or repair of the product for about 3 times. This will create incentive for customers to rent the furniture, but it's also beneficial for us because maintaining the furniture will ensure that it's in good quality and we will be able to continue renting it. Now, let's move on to the steps of renting the furniture. The first is to buy it from a brick or mortar store or online. When customers buy it from the store, they will be able to check its condition in real life. However, this might be inconvenient for some people to reach IKEA, so they can just simply buy online if they wish to do so. Next, the customer can either bring the furniture home by themselves, or they can make an appointment with IKEA and have them deliver it. If several students from the same college want to order furniture together, IKEA can even turn it into a group deal and deliver all the furniture to their school on the same day, which will then reduce the fee and carbon emissions. The concern is that not all items are proper to our proposal. For example, there might be hygiene concerns, so something like a pillowcase could not be rented and might only be bought. Another issue is that the use of 100% recycled materials and whether or not that's possible. Although it would be best to do that, it might not be always feasible because of the high cost, so we should simply try to use as much as recycled materials as possible without necessarily making it 100% recyclable. Our second proposal is called IKEA Apartments. After research, we found out that IKEA currently has a hotel in Sweden that targets mainly tourists and short-term business travelers who only stay for about 1 to 14 days, which means that revenue is short-term and more fluid. What makes IKEA Apartments different is that it will mostly target mid-term expats and foreign students who will stay for minimally a month to 2 years or even longer. Thus, unlike with hotels, our idea will ensure that IKEA will have a sustained revenue stream. The IKEA apartment will provide customers with 2 options to choose from, standard or premium. The premium plan means
2 minutes left.
People staying for 1 to 11 months. When choosing a room to stay in, they will be able to select from a list of predetermined room themes and furniture. What makes this different from any other hotel is that it's semi-customizable, providing customers with the comfort of their own room and at the same time empowering them. The standard plan also provides them with the option for additional chargeable services, such as the monthly standard maintenance or upkeeping furniture and appliances in the room. Moving on to the premium plan targets people who intend to stay for more than a year. Unlike the standard plan, the premium plan allows customers to have complete freedom over the choice of furniture and fittings from the IKEA catalog. They're also given the option to, at different price points, use either brand new or pre-loved furniture. What makes this plan special is that it's fully customizable, providing customers with the feel of a home away from home, as they're able to exercise full autonomy over their room and best personalize it for their own maximum comfort. The premium plan will also offer the same services as the standard plan. On top of that, customers are also given the option of refreshing the furniture after 12 months. For premium customers at a fee, they can also choose to rent extra furnishings for visiting family members and friends, such as a baby cot or extra beds. Now, how will IKEA benefit from this? Firstly, this idea provides IKEA with a sustained income stream, as it targets mid to long-term customers. Secondly, this idea also rotates furniture among customers without them having to throw out any pre-loved ones. This extends the lifespan of furniture and lowers business costs in an environmentally friendly and socially responsible way. Thirdly, our idea will also enable IKEA to do data analytics, as you can use this business model to see what kind of furnishings are currently trending. This will also help in product development. Lastly, our idea also provides IKEA a platform to trial new products. IKEA would be able to, through IKEA Apartments, introduce new kinds of furniture and designs for customers to test out. If the items are well received among the customers, IKEA can then decide to mass produce the furniture to be sold in their retail stores. In addition, customers may also decide to purchase the same product back in their own home.
Okay, the time's up. Thank you, Team 3, for giving such a nice presentation. And may we have Judge Rex to ask question regarding the presentation. You have 4 minutes to ask.
Sure, I think I won't take too much time. And then first of all, that Apple, that for the staff, that I think you can prepare a bell, that because it's annoying that you remind the time and interrupt the students. So maybe you can prepare a bell or something else to help them to know that it's like 2 minutes or 30 seconds. And second, that I want to know more about, like, from the students. Like, the first question is that I don't get it for the apartment proposal. Like, can you elaborate more how the circular benefit works? That what's the difference that between that they own their own apartment in contrast with that they're just selling or renting all those furniture? So this is the first part. And the second is that I'm wondering that how you think about, like, why they don't have the rental model before that you had this proposal. Like, the first that we see on the report that we know they had the rental service, but it seems like it's only for the corporate side. So, like, why do you think that they don't have it for the normal customer? Like, what do you say, the tenants, students, like that? And the third question is that I'm wondering that how you see the obstacle or frustration for the students to use this service, because I only see all the benefit from this, but how you see the downside of this from the student viewpoint or from the customer viewpoint for using the rental service. And this is my question. Is it clear, or do you need me to elaborate more?
So can we answer the question right now? Okay, according to the second question, I think we don't set the normal customer is not, we don't rent it to them. It's we can give special offer for tenant or student. For tenant and student are a big customer for who may have this need. So we can focus on this customer. But we also rent for normal customer because we can give discount for student or tenant.
Oh, 1 minute left.
Nico, can you explain some about?
I'll answer the question about some of the downsides for the second proposal. So some of the downsides I see is that it could be quite hard for, like, because for the premium plan, right, we put that we allow people to, like, refresh the furnitures, and we even give them the option for new furniture at a more expensive price point. But if a lot of people prefer new furniture and then they keep on paying extra on new furniture, then we have to continue using new furniture, and this wouldn't exactly fulfill the circular economy, because we say that life of furniture is extended. So if customers keep on asking for new furniture, then technically we won't be extending the life of furniture, and we won't be able to rotate the pre-loved furniture amongst the customers. So the way that we can, like, solve this problem is that we could decide completely not to do new furniture, or we could just restrict the new furniture option to, let's say, for smaller items with not such a long lifespan. For example, maybe like rugs or lamps.
Sorry, the time is up. And thank you, Jack Rex, for asking. Now, may we have Jack Michelle from IKEA to ask question regarding the presentation. You will have 4 minutes to ask.
Yeah, all right. So maybe first question is about the offer for students, because in your presentation, I think you said that there's like tons of furniture going to the landfill, or, like, you know, students throw away tons of furniture after they graduate. Do you have any research data about this, that this is actually happening, that this furniture are thrown away? So that will be number one. So how big is the problem? I'm asking, because I think here is for me to see clearly this idea is to understand what's happening with this furniture after, are going to the landfill or going to another channel or source. So that will be number one. Number two question is also really close what Rax asked about this apartment business. So I can tell you something interesting that actually IKEA are selling apartments. We have this also in offer. It's called Boklok, and it's available in 4 countries, I believe, right now. But what I want to ask you here is like, how it works. Is this business about building apartments and then furnish them, or it's like, yeah, so what's the essence of this business model? Because then I think that will be very interesting to see clearly. So yeah, that's 2 questions maybe.
Okay, I will answer the second question first about the IKEA apartments. So basically, what we think about IKEA apartments is something similar to a hotel. So we're not exactly building apartments, but it's kind of like a hotel business model. But the reason why we don't call it a hotel is that because hotels are mainly short-term stay, and we want to target people who stay for a longer time, such as about 1 to 2 years. That's why our target audience is mainly students or like business travelers who would stay for about 1 to 2 years and expats. And about our plan is that we allow people to have their own room and they can choose like what furniture they would want, and we will put the
1 minute left.
Yeah, so unlike a hotel, we allow them to actually have the choice to design their own rooms. So I think that's what's different from a hotel.
Yep. And according to the first question, actually we haven't searched any actual information about if people throw tons of the garbage or furniture. But according to an example, is my sister. She is a student who just graduated from college, and she never bring any furniture like bed or like the laptop and even the housing appliance to my home. Most of the things she have thrown away and or stacked on the storage. So I have something want to solve this problem. Maybe people will come across such situation.
And we want to say that regardless of whether or not every single student is throwing away their furniture, there is still a huge amount of furniture being thrown away every year, and students do contribute to some of that. So like, just because not every single student is doing it doesn't mean that some of them aren't, and we just want to we think that this proposal will be able to at least help reduce the waste that does get created.
Sorry, the time's up. And thank you, Team 3 and 2 judges. And Team 6, your presentation will start in 1 minute.
Okay. Can you remind me when you start the timer?
Yes. Okay, so Team 6, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
Good morning, fellow judges, participants, and guests. I am Jackie Huang, and I'll represent Team 6 today. Our team came up with 2 proposals. The first problem that we observed is the scenario in which customers dispose of furniture that are still in a usable condition when they move. To give those furniture a second life, we propose that if IKEA can be involved in the customer's moving process, they could offer to recycle those said furniture. This is how it works. A customer will contact IKEA either online or in-store to make an appointment for moving and pay on site. On the day of moving, IKEA staff would arrive at the customer's place and help them disassemble IKEA bought furniture and ship them, along with non-IKEA furniture, to the destination and reassemble only the IKEA bought furniture. Then they will take away those that the customer doesn't want to keep to the storage center. They will categorize those that are brought back into IKEA-owned and non-IKEA-owned, whether it could, the latter will be recycled directly, whereas the former will be assessed whether it could be reused. If it could not, it would also be recycled directly. If it could be renovated and cleaned and sold as a spare part or incorporated into another piece of furniture's making. A potential feature of the solution is to trade those furniture for customer perks. In the buyback and resale program, IKEA offers customers refund credits, as shown in the screenshot below. The same could be implemented for this plan. If a customer returns enough IKEA-owned furniture in good condition, they could get refund credits. Not only will they be incentivized to shop at IKEA again, which benefits IKEA, but they will also be incentivized to take good care of their future furniture, which benefits the environment. We already touched on some benefits, but here's a more comprehensive list. For the customers to get the benefit of discarding unwanted furniture without making a second trip to recycling stations. And while the next 2 points benefit IKEA and the environment more, we put them here as they're more from the customer's perspective, as aforementioned. Lastly, the customers benefit from convenience, disassembling, moving, reassembling, and recycling. This especially benefits customers without personal vehicles. For IKEA, in the short term, they can profit from the service and acquire the recycled furniture for free. Technically for free, not for free if the refund credits are offered, but they don't lose cash over it. In the long term, they will retain more customers because the market will know that IKEA offers this service and it's more convenient to purchase mass amounts of furniture from IKEA so that they can ask IKEA staff to disassemble and reassemble them instead of having to do it themselves. Only IKEA purchased furniture can be traded for refund credits as well, leading to customers being more willing to purchase stuff from IKEA. For the environment, some furniture get a second life, and those that don't get a second life gets recycled properly under the eye of IKEA staff and policies. Carbon footprint is also reduced without second trips to recycling stations. Additionally, with IKEA introducing more energy conservative vehicles, the moving process will be handled with less energy consumption. Of course, there's the assumption that there are already customers whose furniture are mostly from IKEA. Therefore, we need to survey the market before we implement the service. If there is a large crowd, then the service would be of high demand. In terms of feasibility, not only does IKEA already own vehicles for shipping furniture, but they also offer disassembly and moving service. It's just that the current form doesn't include recycling furniture. Additionally, IKEA already offers buyback and resale, which means that there is a developed system of storage and renovation in place. Combining the current moving service and the current buyback and resale would yield the solution that we propose. Lastly, the costs are IKEA needs to invest in more vehicles and labor, as the current vehicles only handle shipping furniture post-purchase, and more labor will be needed to handle the incoming recycled furniture. For limitations, the reception of IKEA's shipping service is not the best due to its timing issues. So to improve customers' perception of IKEA's schedule, some advertising might be necessary. Also, the service can only be offered to those moving inland and not those abroad. With that, we move on to our second proposal. We observe that the cardboard packaging of IKEA furniture gets discarded after the furniture is unboxed by the customer, so it doesn't get a second life. We propose that they should have a function other than mere protection. The cardboard can be turned into a side project for which the instructions are printed as QR codes on the packaging as well. So first, IKEA has to create manuals for cardboard repurposing design, which can be projects for children, home decor projects for adults, or even figurine collectibles. Depending on the design they want to do, the customers scan the respective QR codes on the packaging and start the project at whatever time they desire. In most cases, the remnants of the cardboard will get discarded, but at least the majority will be repurposed. For the customer, the families can distract their children while they assemble furniture. The non-families receive free home decor and a fun side project. If IKEA introduces a series of collectible figurines that can be made from cardboard, the customer can collect them and therefore also be entertained. In the short term, for IKEA, brand reputation is improved as all parts of their furniture are sustainable. In the long term, IKEA sales will be boosted as their packaging brings more benefits to the customers. This effect will be amplified with limited collectibles, as some customers will be compelled to collect everything and therefore be incentivized to purchase from IKEA. For the environment, the cardboard packaging will be repurposed and therefore achieve the circular economy model and reduce waste. We identified 3 assumptions. First, we assume that customers would have their phones around when they get to the cardboard projects. If they don't, IKEA can provide instruction manuals for the projects on their website, like they do for their furniture. Next, we assume that customers would have the energy to engage in a side project. For results, IKEA can test run with some furniture's IKEA can test run with some furniture's packaging and see if the customers respond well. Lastly, specifically for the scenario in which children do art projects with the cardboard instructions, we assume that the parents would let their children play with cardboard alone, especially if there are sharp tools involved. The sharp tools can be avoided if the cardboard is designed to have separate pieces pop out like models. However, that would compromise the protective function of the packaging. Therefore, this solution can be considered, but it will require extra technical development to ensure that it could be stable, while pieces could also be easily removed without sharp tools. But before that happens, IKEA needs to survey parents to gauge their level of interest. Nonetheless, this solution can be done considering that IKEA already has a dedicated team that designs the instruction manuals for furniture, so the same system could be used to develop cardboard project manuals. Yet, even though there is a specialized department, IKEA still has to invest in labor and time costs for these extra designs to work on different packages and adapt to different countries' import regulations. A limitation of the solution is that the customers may not be satisfied with the outcome all the time and thus dispose of the project shortly after completing it. This would imply a shorter second life, though it is still present and better than none. With that, thank you for listening.
Okay, now, thank you, Team 6, for giving such a nice presentation. May we have Judge Rex to ask question regarding the presentation?
Sure.
You have 4 minutes.
And for Huang, the student, Jackie, I'll assume that you can ask me back or elaborate my question. So for the first one is that I need you to help me to evaluate the first one proposal. Evaluated 2 things. The first is that your proposal for like including the moving part, and the second one is the original one for the buyback and the resale service. Because as you can see that you already say that they had the service of buyback and resale, and the only one key factor is that they need the customer to bring back the furniture, right? But it's, as you see that you say that it's really successful. So what's the difference between that your proposal, like including moving, and the original one? What's the difference? What makes the difference, and what's the benefit from this? And the second part is that the second question is that, do you have any like real idea of the proposal tool, the cardboard things? Because I think reuse, that they need to be a thing that they really need, like making a cardboard into toys, but those toys that is not, if it's not being used or played by students, it's another waste, right? So do you have some like example for me to understand more about like how you make it reusable for the cardboard? Yeah, that's my question.
Okay, thank you for your questions.
Actually, about the second question, I do have a real life example that I have quite like around there. I just need to go and get it. Is it okay? Well, Jackie, I think you can answer the first question while I get it. Is it okay?
Okay, so for the first question, the difference is that, first of all, what the current buyback and resale program wants the customers to bring back the furniture themselves, and this is already inconvenient for customers who don't own personal vehicles. Like it's the case for a lot of Singaporeans and a lot of people who live in Taipei, because there are other public transport systems. However, when you transport furniture, it's not exactly convenient to carry like huge pieces onto public transit, and therefore the buyback and resale program is effective, but its effect can be even more amplified if IKEA can help the customer to bridge this lack of personal vehicle gap. And also, if IKEA can get involved in the moving process and doesn't require the customers to go to IKEA brick and mortar stores, that would reduce the requirement of having a second trip done. Because if the customer is moving there and then driving to the IKEA brick and mortar store to offer back the furniture and then driving back, that's a lot of carbon emissions involved, and the carbon footprint will be equally higher. However, if IKEA is involved in the moving process and just directly ships those unwanted furniture back to the brick and mortar / storage center, then there will be fewer trips done, and it will also be more carbon effective almost. So that's my take on it, and Yambo is back.
Okay, so this is like the real example that I have over here. I'm not sure you can see it. I think I'll just disable I'll disable my camera, like my virtual background for a while first. Wait. I'm just gonna... Okay, So I have my virtual background disabled.
Recording in
you can
progress.
See over here. You can see over here. Here's like one of the examples. So this is like, I'm not sure if it's working or not, but you can see over here there's like a circle over here that can just pop out like this. So this is like one example of like what the cardboard will be.
I think their question is whether the things that they make can be can have actual function. And my take is that this is especially pertinent for toys, because there are toys still serve the function of entertaining the children, and families do spend extra money on buying toys for their children. However, that money can be eliminated. That's entire like purchasing component can be eliminated if the cardboard toys can also serve as a source of entertainment for the children, and therefore fewer commodities are purchased, and therefore also fewer commodities are spent.
The time's up, and thank you, Judge Rex, for asking. Now, may we have Judge Michael from IKEA to ask question regarding the presentation.
Recording stopped.
So about the first proposal, question number one is, do you know or do you have any assumptions what's happening with when some customers, they need to move, what's happening with this furniture? Because I believe your assumption is, if I'm got it correctly, they just dispose this somehow, but with this service we can eliminate this. So what do you think other customers are doing? Because I believe it's not 100% people who just dispose furniture, yeah? So do you have any ideas here? So that will be question one about this. And the second is, do you have in mind any specific customer group who will be interested in this moving service? So could you be a little bit more specified? Who is that?
I think for first question, I might be able to answer. So for the first part, I feel like is it okay if we can like repeat a question just in case like I don't get it wrong? Is it okay? First question.
Yeah. The first part was what is happening with the furniture that they are not disposed? So because I believe that you building the whole idea on the assumption that customers are just disposed furniture, just putting them in a trash bag or whatever. But what is happening? Because I believe it's not 100%. Question is if you have any data. So what people are making with the furniture if they need to move? What do you think?
Okay, I think I have an answer for that question. So we, of course, are not assuming that all customers dispose of 100% of their furniture when they move, because, of course, they will want to retain some of them. However, because we recognize that there are certain customers that might move to a place that is smaller or that is of a different interior design, and there would, of course, in that case, dispose of a certain percentage of their furniture, and this is where IKEA can come in. So it's not that they will recycle all of their furniture, but they will help them ship those that the customer wants to keep and take back those that the customer doesn't. So it depends on the percentages, and therefore the price of the service also varies depending on how much they want to move and how much they want to recycle. Because IKEA, if the customer wants to recycle everything, that means IKEA will have to process more, and therefore the price will also have to be higher to compensate for IKEA service on their part. So for the second question, yes, we recognize that it really depends on the customer groups. One good example may be that maybe students or foreign residents. So if students are only staying in a place for a short time, and when they move, they might not want to keep the furniture they used to have, because maybe they at that time purchased fewer for their smaller dorm, or they wanted to buy more affordable furniture because they were just students, but when they move to a new place, they want to get more, maybe like furniture more expensive, but also more matching to their taste. Then in that case, it will be really helpful if IKEA can help them recycle, especially also considering that many students don't own cars. Yamba, would you like to add to that?
I'll say, yeah, most of the time it's like customers
Recording in progress.
I'll just say most of the time that customers are more likely to dispose their furniture if they are like in different ways as well. It's not just like they don't always like dispose. Sometimes they can keep the furniture. Sometimes they might. But most of the time, it's just we decided to.
And thank you, Team 6 and 2 judges. Team 9, Your presentation will start in 1 minute. Okay, Team 9, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We're Team 9. I'm Sylvia.
I'm Celine. And I'm Estelle.
Today, we will present our 2 proposals on circular economy. Our presentation is divided into 4 parts. This is a general overview of our proposal. Our main goal is to implement IKEA's concepts such as environmental protection, sustainability, and so on, while integrating technology. The following are what we took into account for our proposal. Our first proposal is IKEA app, which consists of 4 features that we will introduce in detail later. And this is our program execution flowchart. We aim to increase the browsing rate by using a worldwide rental network in the first website function period. Next, we will set up a consultation system and community forum to increase browsing time. As the number of the customer increases, we will switch the ARF period to increase transactional volume. In the final stage, we will develop a game to improve IKEA's brand image.
So let's start with rental network, which is divided into 3 aspects. The first aspect is from IKEA to customers. IKEA offers renting options for furniture used in movies, TV series, university projects, or temporary home furniture. It's an efficient and low-price option for high-quality furniture. The second aspect is between the customers. IKEA will check to ensure that the item is from IKEA, in good condition, and priced appropriately, gaining revenue from commission. And the third aspect is from consumers back to IKEA, so that IKEA can reuse their own products for showroom display, creating a more authentic showroom and extending the life of the furniture without extra production costs. This circular business model creates a new living cycle for furniture, reducing unnecessary waste and building trust and loyalty with customers. From IKEA's perspective, exploring new sources of revenue such as rental income and commission allows it to expand its reach in a wider range of target markets. Moving on to the customer consultation system. Firstly, we have a chatbot that makes use of an AI system to answer frequently asked questions with predefined replies. Questions that the AI is unable to answer will be passed on to the staff after getting consent from the user. Secondly, we have a real-time staff chat system where staff members provide advice to customers to enhance the purchasing experience. This system builds the bridge between customers and IKEA, developing trust and confidence, strengthening bonds, and giving a sense of security and connection, being the key to achieving brand loyalty.
The community forum feature offers a friendly platform for all stakeholders and fulfill customer sense of participation. Furthermore, IKEA can conduct market research in advance to avoid heavy losses. Next is the AR app, which projects 3D prototypes of the products to ensure the furniture is appropriate size for customers. IKEA can release a beta version on the website to evaluate its feasibility and effectiveness. Finally, the game enables the public to gain a deeper understanding of IKEA by watching the company's environmental videos and answering product-related questions. By doing so, they can gain money or acquire virtual furniture for their game, allowing people to engage with IKEA in a fun way while learning about the company's values and products.
Moving on, our second solution is to upcycle second-hand products, which has 2 main features.
The first feature will be the multiple applications of materials derived from pre-owned furniture. There are two segments. Firstly, the extraction of reproducible products as raw materials or semi-finished products to be used in the manufacturing process. Secondly, the application segment by upcycling the materials and incorporating them into various events. This then brings us to the second feature of our solution, the introduction of new IKEA activities. So you may ask, why these activities? Well, through the various activities offered, we aim to get rid of the obsolete inventory by repurposing the furniture. Firstly, we propose organizing art jamming, wood crafting, or upcycling workshops for the public. These are essentially the steps that demonstrate the entire process and key points to note. These sorts of activities will attract customers as they are unique experiences to many, which other furniture shops do not offer. Through this single solution, IKEA is able to fully make use of unwanted furniture, hitting two birds with one stone. Secondly, we would like to put forth an adolescents and professionals design competition. This slide is on how we plan to promote and conduct the competitions. At this junction, I'm sure some of you may ask, so what's in it for IKEA? Not only will this be a valuable chance to discover hidden gems and recruit talents, but IKEA could also buy the original designs and obtain the rights to use the winning designs for future releases. Apart from that, the contestants will also stand to benefit, encouraging participation. Lastly, we suggest reusing materials from pre-owned furniture for educational purposes for subjects like D&T or university modules that require such resources by collaborating with educational institutes. In a nutshell, there are two ways in which IKEA can benefit from these activities, both in terms of the environment as well as human resources as presented on the screen. To conclude, this is a summative table evaluating the effectiveness of our solutions. We have identified a few areas of concern as highlighted in orange, whereas those in blue show how our problems have been mitigated through our proposed solutions. As such, it is evident that our solutions do address these gray areas that we have pointed out, being effective to a great
Recording
extent.
stopped.
Finally, this slide presents the key benefits to our proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 9, for giving such a nice presentation. And we have Jack Rex to ask.
Okay, that's great. That I actually have two questions. So for the first one, that as I know that you have to the limit of the proposal is under 3, but I see like more than 4 proposals. So maybe I will put the virtual design space and consultation things and worldwide rental network and game development as one proposal. And I want to know more about like how they interact with each other, that how to like make more benefit from that we design the whole flow of this proposal, like how consultation like benefit for worldwide like rental things and how like AR thing, how they interact with each other. So like this is the first question. And the second question is that I can totally understand that IKEA lease their furniture to the customer, but I don't get it, like why they need to do like the customer to customer. And the second thing is that for the showroom, like the purpose of the showroom is to show the newer things, right? The new release things. So why it makes sense by like leasing from the customer for the older part and to make another showroom? Any more elaboration for this? Yeah, that's my question.
Okay, the first question is we first have the worldwide rental network. They can and the community forum to increase our customers' browsing time and the browsing rates. Browsing the neighbor and the website time and the browsing rates. And when the number of the customer increases, we can use our AR app to promote our IKEA products or to make a market research to reduce our losses. Yeah, and so we connect them to one proposal because it can be a whole proposal to connect with the every part, and you can also make a one part if you think another part is not economic. Yes.
So to add on to that, I think what she meant is that these 4 features in the first proposal can be interconnected. So first of all, the consultation system. When people have questions or doubts about what furniture they need to buy or what furniture they could rent it from instead of buying, so that could those questions can be dealt with the consultation system. And after they get the advice from the IKEA staff, they get to use the AR app, the virtual design space, to see a whole overview of what if they buy the furniture, how will they place it in their home, and how will the whole design act out in their own place. And after that, they could decide to either buy it from IKEA or they rent it from IKEA or from other customers. And regarding the second question about customer to customer rental network, actually that provides a circular economy of products because customers nowadays, after they use it, they throw it away. But other customers may have a low budget, so they will not consider buying it from IKEA, but they would prefer to rent it from other customers, which provides a lower cost. And this
sorry,
also
the time is up. And thank you, Judge Rex, for asking. Now, may we have Judge Michael from IKEA to ask question regarding the presentation.
Okay, so number one is this app function. Basically, what Rex said is it's really spot on. There's few actually services and solution under one. So if it's pretty complex solution, and I must say, yeah, pretty reasonable. I want to ask you is where you see IKEA can make a profit, because you mentioned in the end that there is a profit revenue for IKEA, and it's definitely needed because we need to make it work. So where do you see in your proposal that we can have some revenue to build these capabilities and the whole ecosystem? And the number 2 question is, do you have any data insights of understanding of customer are really willing to use second-hand furniture? If they are really okay, like, yes, why not? So that's number 2. Thank you.
Okay, I can answer the first question. Actually, it's difficult for us to clear definitely the cost of our solution, and even if we give a number, the credibility may not be high. Therefore, we present the implementation stages of our proposal to facilitate evaluation by more professional people. And in addition, our solution will actually generate some additional icon to a greater or lesser extent. And the part of the talent cultivation is like an investment, which has risk but also has a profit potential, and can also keep IKEA in a leading position in the items and in the times.
The 1 minute left.
So regarding in the second question that you asked for why people would use secondhand products, so I believe that I think we've mentioned several stakeholders like the movies and TV series producers. They would be very willing to use the secondhand products because if their scenes only last for a few months to a year, they don't need to buy the products from IKEA, but they could try to rent it, so that would lower the cost of them. And the other areas that in the customer-to-customer rental network, we actually ask IKEA to verify the leasing offers by different customers. And so after they verify that it's feasible and the photos that the customers upload onto the platform is able to be leased out, so then other customers can borrow these products.
Sorry, the time's up. Thank you, Team 9 and 2 judges. And now let us have a break for the team presentation later. Please do not leave room C. Please come back at around 10:08 and see you. And Team 12, your presentation will start in 1 minute. Hi, everyone. We'll come back to room C. And Team 12, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
Hello, everyone. We are group 12. I'm Zhou Zhenfan.
I'm Chen Jiayi.
I'm Zheng Yonghen.
We have decided to add all the services mentioned in the 3 proposals into the IKEA website, making it easier for users to find the services they need. Our first proposal focuses on furniture with parts that become damaged after long-term use.
IKEA offers free repair services with the warranty period, but customers who have bought the furniture for a long time are not able to use this service. Therefore, we propose two solutions. The first is to create a website dedicated to selling parts of the furniture. Using smart cameras to scan furniture, the website will list all necessary parts for customers to choose and purchase. The second solution is to apply for the service by contacting customer service, where customer service representatives can assist with the process. The advantage of these two solutions is to reduce some behavior of throwing away furniture due to minor damage, reduce costs, and retain the original style of furniture. IKEA needs to provide the necessary funds and manpower to create a website. However, there are two problems with this suggestion. First, if there are many types of household items, it requires a lot of inventory and space. The second is that customer service performance should respond to customer inquiries and feedback in a timely manner, and provide relevant solutions. The solutions to these two problems are adopt JIT production mode and encourage customer service systems. This is the flowchart of Proposal 1. Here is our SWOT diagram.
For our second proposal, we have focused on the design flexibility. So people's demands change with time. The piece of furniture that used to meet our needs in the past may not be able to meet our needs now. So how do we allow a piece of furniture to evolve over time as the user's needs change? Let me introduce the add-on package. We want to enable customers to upgrade their furniture through installing new parts on it in order to maximize the utility of the furniture in the long run. Let me show you an example. Mary bought a bookshelf from IKEA 3 years ago. As the day went on, she found that it's not big enough to store all the books she has now, and the books tend to get really dusty and the pages turn yellow easily due to exposure to air. What can she do? She can replace her old bookshelf that still works perfectly fine, or she can purchase the packages she wants in order to add additional features such as a door or a tier so the old bookshelf can fulfill her needs and she won't need to discard it. By allowing a certain extent of customization, the designs can be made more flexible, hence lengthening the furniture's life. And this can also attract people who initially never consider buying the product. And a little side note, the design for the original base product do not need to be changed. Some possible challenges and solutions. It is difficult to design additional features for certain types of products. So IKEA does not need to design add-on packages for every furniture. A symbol can be added beside the picture of the products on the IKEA website to remind customers which furniture has add-on packages and which one does not. It can be difficult to install add-on packages onto the base products, but IKEA installation and customer services are always available. Although IKEA has the office rental service, we want to add this service to the IKEA main website as some people are not aware of the rental service. Furthermore, we also want to encourage people to sell their unwanted IKEA furniture back to IKEA to reduce waste. Let me bring you through the process. Tenant A are people who have rental demands, like university students who might not have the money to buy new furniture, or photographer who normally use the furniture only once or twice as props. Seller B are people who have unwanted furniture that are in good condition. Firstly, the seller will sell the second-hand furniture to IKEA. If the tenant wants to purchase second-hand furniture, he will need to find out the form on the online website. If the furniture is allowed to sold after check, it will be
10 minutes left.
shown on the website for tenant to purchase. For returning, the tenant need to take a photo to their print to rent furniture to IKEA to check before returning. IKEA will remind the deposit back to the tenant account in about 5 working days, after confirming that no compensation of furniture is needed. The
periods for furniture are shown on the slides. Customer can rent the furniture for up to a year. He will have to contact to customer service if he wishes to renew a service. Goods like one-off item, food, personal belongings, and household items are not allowed to be rented or sold. The strengths of this proposal are that it fills different types of needs. People can choose the periods that want to rent the furniture. It is more budget-friendly, hence attracting more customers. And it is easier to fill out the form compared to calling customer service. The weakness is that the maintenance cost or returning furniture can be high due to provision of short-term leases. It can be solved by long-term comparison with courier component to reduce components cost. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Team 12, for giving such a nice presentation. May we have Judge Rex to ask question regarding the presentation?
I think it's a bit hard for me to have the question. So maybe I'll let the time for Mihal. Is it okay? Like for you to go through this like overall?
Yeah, sure. So maybe question number one is about this add-on selling. Where do you see we have the biggest opportunity? Because actually we have such an offer today. Like many of our products are built with this mindset. So where you see the potential? What kind of products are needed? These extensions, and today they don't have, because some of the products already have it. So that will be number one. And I have one more question, but Leah, maybe you can start.
So your question is about the add-on packages. Which product is suitable for that kind of plan?
Maybe sorry, not necessarily what is suitable, because today one of the example is a Billy bookcase. This is the series of Billy bookcases we have, and it's provided extensive number of add-ons. So you can add doors, you can extend it, make it wider. So my question is more about if already IKEA has this in an offer, so what kind of product categories you believe we should add? So is there any categories you believe like, hey, today IKEA does not have it, but definitely we should for the circularity sake?
Oh, actually for this plan, our target group is for those people who already bought the product, but after some years, they found that it is inadequate, the capability is inadequate, so they want to add on more features. And I come up with this idea also about the Billy bookshelf. Can I ask a few questions regarding the current IKEA plan about the bookshelf?
Like, if you're asking about the plan, I think that the Billy, actually, this bookcase is the one of the best example, because actually we have this in few colors with so many sizes and so many extension options actually on the Merry Market. So that's kind of our iconic product that can be extended in 1,000 different forms and ways. So, but okay, let me ask you another one. You mentioned that it's even on the screen. Yeah, reduce behavior loss. What do you think today caused this problem? Is this because I treat this free proposal as a one? What do you think today is the mindset of people that cause this problem? I'm asking about the customer. Or like, in other words, what is the pain? What is customer pain today? The key one that you want to try to solve with these options.
Actually, this idea came from my personal experience. So the problem that I face is I already bought the bookshelf, and and it works very good, and it fits my needs in the past. And now I don't want to discard it. I don't want to change a product. And especially in Singapore, the space of the room is very limited, and I don't really want to waste the resources. And I know there are other types of Billy bookshelf out there I can choose, but I already choose this one I have, and I don't want to replace it. So what I need to do is just to buy a small add-on package and DIY myself. And this is way easier than discard the whole old bookshelf I have and buy the new one. And it is more budget friendly for me. And yeah, that's.
Okay, then I have one more question about the selling and renting furniture, because you mentioned that, and this is real, one of the biggest challenge, that the maintenance of the cost maintenance are really high, could be very high if you want to really refurbish the furniture. So what are your thoughts here? Is there any ways? Of course, the contract time, if we will work with our vendors for a long time, we can reduce this price. But do you have anything in mind that what can reduce this costs of maintenance the products?
Well, the only solution I have now is one of them is a cooperation with other companies, like maybe local companies that can reduce the maintenance cost, and another is maybe to produce those parts for those accessories, those parts from the recycled materials. And to reduce the cost of production, and yeah, that's all.
So if we have time, so the very last question, could you elaborate a little bit what's the biggest difference between number 1 or 2, between accessories purchase and add-on package? What's the key difference here in these two proposals?
For the first proposal is some part of my furniture is broken, so I want to replace that specific parts of it. And for the proposal 2 is my base product, the product that I originally purchased is working still fine, but I wanted to expand the use. I wanted to have more features. So putting simple term for proposal 1 is simply about replacing some part of the furniture, and for proposal 2 is adding new parts on it.
But do you see it, let's say, long term as 2 separate services?
Yes, because for proposal 2, there are more works need to be done from IKEA side, as you need to design what packages need and goes well with the original base product, and you also need to manufacture those packages. And for those packages, I see it as a new IKEA product. It's not just like accessories or spare parts of a product.
Okay.
Okay, the time's up. Thank you, team 12 and 2 judges. And team 15, your presentation will start in 30 seconds. Okay, Team 15, you now have 7 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
Good morning, STW facilitators, mentors, judges, and my fellow teammates. I am Kaido from Team 15, and with me today are my teammates, Teresa and Ethan, and I'll be presenting on behalf of our team. Circular economy is a very broad topic. Today we will only be focusing on disposal and reuse. Circular economy cannot be completed without the support of the end consumer. So with this, how do we entice our end consumers to be part of a circular economy? Now, currently, there are no incentive for end consumers to recycle products, as it is easier for them to throw the items away at the bin area and then bring to a specific place. Where it's easier for them to throw these items away at the bin area than to bring it to a specific place for recycling. Some more especially for the large furnitures, there will be a need to arrange for a big truck to pick up items for disposal or drive them to the proper disposal sites with themselves with their cargo inside the car trunk, which will incur additional cost and also incur like more time to do all this. Furthermore, there are also no regulation so far for Singapore. There is no regulation to force consumers to do proper disposal of items for recycling. Our proposal to IKEA is to offer a product as a service. This will be quite similar to software as a service, which most of us will be familiar with, like Microsoft or Adobe. This is a subscription-based model in which IKEA retains ownership of the items. Under this model, IKEA will take care of any repair, replacement, and eventually the disposal of the item. Under this model, it typically extends companies' involvement and responsibility to phases in the product life cycle. These responsibilities include servicing products during the usage phase where it is still operable, and schemes for take-backs, recovery, reuse, refurbishment, and remanufacturing. This will ensure that IKEA still gets back their furniture for proper recycling or repurposing rather than just normal disposal. Revenue for IKEA will likely increase as we have to factor in repair, replacements, and disposal costs upfront. IKEA is also able to have a closer relationship with customers whereas they can get data and insights on the changing consumer preferences earlier. For example, maybe the younger generation prefers more colorful furniture instead of normal black and white. Furthermore, the more flexible nature of services compared to manufactured goods makes reacting and developing new service models faster. Adding on to that, you can also set up some kind of workshop to allow people who pay and sign up for this workshop to be able to create their own customized furniture using recycled materials from other old furnitures that people don't want. This is also another form of repurposing, where materials from the items that people didn't want anymore can be recycled into raw products, which can then be remade into other products for the people who sign up for said workshop to be able to create their own customized furniture. While the ownership of the product remains with IKEA, there's an increased motivation to develop recycling, refurbishment, and reuse processes. Ideally, this will lead to a completely circular supply chain and closed product cycles, resulting in greater resource efficiency and less environmental impact. However, this will inevitably mean that consumers will be paying more upfront as compared to transferring the ownership of the item at point of sale. However, if IKEA can get some carbon tax rebates from local government, they can look into some rebate system for consumers as well. It also takes time for consumers to shift their mindset from a traditional model of owning a piece of furniture to subscribing to a piece of furniture. Currently, there are no incentives for consumers who buy electrical appliances which have water and energy efficiency labels. There are also no labeling for companies that embrace the circular economy and are also playing a role in carbon footprint. Companies can rally to local authorities for carbon tax rebates for both companies as well as consumers who purchases items with these labels. However, this will be a very long shot, and to work with the regulatory authority to get this initiative done might take a very long time. Our second proposal for today is for IKEA to set up satellite recycling stations in suburban areas out of the cities. Currently, IKEA's presence in Taiwan is mainly Taipei, Taichung, and Tainan. These are the cities with more dense populations.
2 minutes left.
Due to the geographical size of the country, consumers living in suburban areas out of the cities might find it inconvenient for them to bring their items to the IKEA main store for recycling and or disposal. And there's also no outreach to consumers outside the major cities. Satellite recycling stations will be able to collect furniture from IKEA or even other brands for recycling and or upcycling. Items which are repurposed will be sold at these satellite stations. Consumers will be able to accumulate incentive points when they purchase these items from select recycling stations, which can be used in the main store to either purchase furniture or exchange for free foodstuffs. Basically, this will not only encourage people to recycle and gives items a second life to the items, but also increase IKEA's branding and reputation for more people in other areas. This provides convenience for consumers to participate in recycling processes. Although it might look like it will increase the cost in IKEA for setting up these recycling stations, but in the long term, this will increase the recycling volume in which will in turn reduce waste produced. In conclusion, companies cannot create a circular economy on their own, and relevant stakeholders will have an important role to play. While most manufacturers will need to change business models, regulatory environments need to provide appropriate frameworks, and consumers need to shift their mindset. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 15, for giving such a nice presentation. May we have Judge Rex to ask questions regarding the presentation?
Yeah, I have more question on the proposal too, but I think I'll start with the first one. What kind of the early adapter do you think that they are your target audience for the first proposal? Because it seems nice, but I want to know more about your logic about like what kind of customer that is the early adapter. So maybe you can go on this first.
Okay, so that first idea is mainly catered to the, okay, I would say within the ages of around 16 to 25, the younger generation basically.
Okay,
Ethan, you want to add on something?
Like why? Because that for your proposal that you say that it's a little bit like more expensive than like you're just buying the product, and now you're setting the DA as like 16 to 25. They are more price awareness sensitive. Yeah, so
yeah, sort of like that, but it's more of it gives those young people an experience basically. It's more of a experience kind of thing. It allows the participants to like really engage in your, like, it really gets the consumers to engage in making their own custom furniture, which will also have sentimental value to them, which will also like in turn it also kind of incentivizes them to not throw this item away because, well, they made it, so why throw it away?
okay.
Yeah. To add on to his point, our main target audience would be like those kind of short-term consumers, which obviously there are a lot. As a rough statistic, there's about 20% of IKEA's demographic is from those ages that we mentioned, and our initiative is to basically encourage them to, like Kaido said, add more sentimental value to their products that they've bought, and just encourage them to use it for longer and not throw it out, because a lot of people within these ages are typically like students or maybe living in somewhere for just a short while. So yeah, if we encourage them, our thinking is if we encourage them to keep their furniture for longer, it'll have a big impact on reducing the amount of waste.
Okay, I think I'll pass the time to Mihal. You can use it all for this. Yeah.
It's great to see proposal on a product as a service, as this is one of my flagship project right now. So I have a couple of questions, but yeah, product as a service, furniture as a service, we call it in IKEA, is absolutely like one of the buzzwords here. So looking on that, because I think you mentioned that you see that this life cycle is around 2 to 3 years. Where is this coming from, or why this? Is it data, or it's your intuition that consumers are they have a need to change and exchange the furniture every 2 or 3 years?
Well, I mean, about that, we say 2 to 3 years because we factored in the first intuition, second a little bit of data, third is like trends, because well, furnitures can sometimes follow trends as well. Like this year could have been more black and white skin, however, like in the next 3 years it could be like a more colorful skin. So the idea here is that the 2 to 3 years thing, I mean, consumers can still choose to have their furniture still there if they are not looking for a whole entire room makeover. The main point is that we can replace or repair furniture within that 2 to 3 year time frame. Estimated 2 to 3 year time frame. Another thing is that, like also from personal experience, recently my family had bought a new sofa, and well, we just got rid of the old sofa. We just dumped it at the basement there. So yeah, we also kind of guilty of that, but the main reason is that with this subscription service, situations like mine can also have IKEA's employees and IKEA's employees and repairmen take the sofa back with them and possibly refurbish or break down into raw components to make into something new.
To add on to what Kaido said about trends, as we know, a lot of this younger generation is really heavily influenced by social media, and a bit of an unrelated tangent, but this is also evident, for example, in the shoe industry, in which recently the purchasing rate of shoes has been skyrocketing because people have been heavily influenced by social media. So especially this target demographic of 16 to 25, they will probably be, let's say, they would probably prefer to change up their furniture once in a while because they see it as something similar.
Okay, so then question is about, because you mentioned that it's more expensive than just buying one off. That's my understanding. So the overall product as a service will be more expensive. Could you elaborate about where is this expensive sitting? Is it where is this coming from? And then I will have following question to that.
Right, so basically for that, okay, it's hard to explain, so I'm just going to give like a context to, like a sort of context towards it. So basically, imagine I want to buy a cupboard for $100, let's say. So I could either buy it upfront for $100, or the consumer could subscribe to this service, get the item, let's say 25 upfront, okay? So let's say, and we pay, and we like ask them to pay.
1 minute left.
Okay, when they pay like $20 per month, so you 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 plus your 25, you already have like in 1 month they already have like a $125. So it's going, in terms of like 5 weeks, 5 months. Then in turn you will already make back the $100 that would have gone to get to traditional models. In turn, it basically entices consumers with, it's kind of like, think of it like installment, but also not installment.
Very quickly, because we have the 10 seconds. So what do you think is the key motivators for people to actually pay more for this
I think
service?
just adds flexibility, because obviously they have the option to change their furniture, and it's just it gives more flexibility to their purchase.
Advertising as well.
Sorry, the time is up. And thank you, Team 15 and 2 judges. And now we have finished all the presentations today. Now may we have Judge Rex give a 3-minute comment to participants. Thanks.
It's a bit hard for me, and I think the first is congratulations for you guys that finished the process, and I hope that, as I said at the very beginning, that you can enjoy the process and know that this is just a starting point of the learning. And I think that I have 2 sides of suggestion. Like, first is just for the skill set. So for the first part is that I recommend you guys that put only one person to present for this kind of big event, because then if you're changing the person of the presentation, that it's a bit hard for the judges to get aligned with all the accent and the habit of the presentation. So I encourage you guys that to put like one person to present. Even if like you put 3% on the presentation, that it doesn't mean that you align well, right? You are really good at teamwork. So this is the first part. And the second part is like, I strongly recommend that you guys to put one person in charge for assigning the question for the judges. Because it's happened a lot, right? That people open their mind and then interrupt with each others. And the third thing is that I really encourage you guys to know more about the existing service and make sure that you can tell the difference between yours and the existing ones. Because I think this is a rare opportunity that we can invite people from IKEA to come to the stages. So it's a really good learning opportunity to think deeply on the existing service, and then to bring a whole new concept to elaborate more about like what your logic is. And then you'll learn more, I think, definitely from this. And the last part is the other angles. For those students, I think it's really hard to pretend or to be as one of the employee or a decision maker inside IKEA, such a big international company. So it's hard to think of all those limitations, although there's a lot of opportunities, but it's really hard to know what's the limitation of like working inside the company and what's the limitation of the solution. So I think it will be better that we know more about the customer, like we put more emphasis and time on learning more about, like giving back some new insight from the customer, rather than just giving out the solution. Because I think that the sparkle will happen that when you bring a whole new dimension of the need or the insight from the customer, and then you had the really expertise as a judge. So it's the same. Well, you will learn more from this rather than just put out the solution and have this judge to inspect all the details that what works, what's not works. Yeah, but after all that.
Sorry, the time's up.
Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Judge Rex. Then may we invite Judge Maiho from IKEA to give a 3-minute comment to our participant.
Yeah, all right. So it was really good to hear the presentations. When I read it before, I think now you give a little bit more context, and then thank you for answering the questions. Not maybe always easy one, but we are not here to just have easy questions, I believe. So for me, very refreshing, all of the presentations. As I'm working years for IKEA, and even though listening some ideas that are already on the market, or we, for example, debate for some services for years also internally, it was refreshing to see your perspective, like why this idea you want to propose. Very, very interesting for me. It's also a learning process. So thank you for that experience for me. What I can suggest you, or give you as a gift, you can take it, you don't need it, is especially today, when we are dealing with such a complex environment, the world is changing rapidly. We all know there's social media, AI, influence, and so on. So when you're building idea, you think, I have something which is fresh, which is new. Try to make it very simple. Try to find the one essence of idea and then try to build around this. Because it's very natural that when we try and solve problems, we try to solve all the problems at once. But then the business I'm dealing with is we need to implement it one day. And implementation, it's from agile methodology, you should just cut this into smaller pieces. Here, try to make your ideas very simple, but not too simple. That's the nuance, but I think it's very important, and this is actually a challenge also for us working in a business, because if the idea is complex at the beginning, it means we need to calculate so many risk and cost into. Building the app is a project, but building app that consists many different services under, it's actually every service is a separate project and the app is separate, so that's become super big. So try to make it very simple when you propose. And then maybe in the end, I can tell you what will happen with idea. So if we have one idea, what you did is you look for desirability. So are there any customers who are willing to pay for that, or who are willing to take it? The number two, you also touched this a little bit, it's feasibility. Can we make it? Is it doable from operational perspective? There is one more factor what will come next. We call it viability. Is there a profit? And it's not about like gaining billions of dollars. It's actually how we can make it that we can invest in this money and we know we will never lose money because it's for circularity's sake. So also try to also think and challenge yourself that idea can fly only if there are funds, and funds are only if we believe we can really secure this, that there is a cash flow, there is a money. So yeah, that's from my side. Thank you so much.
Okay, the time is up, and thank you for all the participants and judges today. Now, everyone, please proceed to the room A. Room A. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, welcome back everyone back to the main room. So now please keep your camera on and microphone off again. Big thank you for everyone's participation. Today's semifinal has been a super exciting one. So now it's time to announce the winners, as we can see from the PowerPoint. So first we have Team 6, and second we have Team 10. Then we have Team 1, Team 13, and Team 2. Congratulations to all the teams that have advanced to the final. We will send out an email with important information about the final round shortly, so please be reminded to check out your email. And for those who have not advanced to the final, we want to let you know how impressed we are to see you here, passing through all these challenges. Though we didn't get the chance to move on to the next round with you, we hope that you know you have achieved that people rarely have. Please don't forget what you have picked up here. Take this with you and take on your next challenge. You will be amazed by how great you are the next time. And so now it's time for a group photo. Please turn on your camera and pose for a photo. So first is a group photo for all of the participants, guests, and also the judges.
And oops. Christy, I think we can wait for your countdown and do the photo shooting.
Fisher, can you do the photo shooting?
Oh, I'm just doing a countdown. Okay, I'll just do a countdown for someone, but I know that our staff is ready to take the photo. So 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, I know we have 100 participants, so we probably have to do it 2 more times. Okay, 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right, the last one. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, thank you all, and we will take a final photo for the participant and the judges. I will just pass the microphone back to Christy.
Okay, so now let me share the screen again. Now I will pass the time to Maggie, who will have a brief conclusion of today's semifinal.
So before that, I just want to make sure all the participants, you have a unique photo with all the judges. So I will just ask all the other participants and our crew members to turn off our own camera, and we will just leave judges and the participants on for your group photo. Okay, I'll just turn off my own camera too. Okay. Last few team members, Lulu and Anita, we need you to turn off your camera and we'll do a final photo for you all. Okay. I'll do the countdown for you. All right. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, and one more time. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, good. Thank you all, and let me just do a quick wrap up for today. Thank you so much for coming here. I'm so excited to see all this happen today. And I would say that this is very, to me personally, I also think this is a very unique opportunity. Yeah, just give me a second. Okay, I think my camera's on. Okay, this is a very unique opportunity because I know there's a lot of case competition out there, but I think this is a new collaboration across students, corporations, and educators all around different part of the world. And this past month has been incredible. I'm so proud of all of you who have shown such a great creativity and passion in sustainable future. I think we all know that everyone's talking about SDG. The world is heading toward a more sustainable way of life, and we are constantly dealing with the paradox between idealism and practicality. Almost through this exercise, I hope that everyone realizes each sustainable actions require economical resources, where companies like IKEA and a lot of companies who is focusing on ESG can make a huge impact with the practical business that they've been dealing with every day, and with a lot of customers they are facing. Any kind of innovation that's coming out that can put into a real practice will really impact the world. And the world also need more young people like you all who's aware of the challenge of sustainability, that you can use your brain power to make a right balance between idealism and the practicality to make the real impact real and last long. So I believe that young people have the power to make this happen. All of you who are the future of tomorrow, and you will inherit the world. It's up to you to make this a better place. So please, don't be too bothered by your ranking. Do not give up on your dream. Continue and keep up and keep dreaming big. Try to keep thinking outside of the box and keep trying things and make impossible possible. Because I think the world needs you all, needs your imagination, needs your creativity, and needs your passion. So one last thing, I think the real impacts require a dedication and a rigorous questioning about how to make it happen. It is a question that we, our team, constantly ask ourselves too. So this is how we make this challenge happen. So we believe you can make this similar things happen too. And I just want to let you know that good things do not come in just with a flip of magic wand. It is usually the result of constant hard work. And usually you have to be really perseverance, be open-minded, and you always have to listen to the feedback and try again. So I hope this challenge will not be the end. It's like a start. I hope it inspires you to continue to think and dream big. I want to thank you all, the judges, for your time and expertise. I want to thank all the sponsors for your support. And I want to thank all the participants for your time and endeavor. Thank you all for making the world a better place. And thanks every participant who joined today for being part of the Seizing Wonder Challenge. I hope more people will be able to join us next year and put our thinking in a better future tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you for participating with us. And I hope that you can also share with us your feedback through the feedback form, and also sign up to watch for the final, because we are going to host a final in January 18th. Okay, I'll pass it to Christy.
Thank you very much, Maggie, for a nice summary of today's semifinal. And thank you again for all the participants and judges coming today. I hope it has been a really exciting day for all of you. And yeah, like just sign up to watch the video. We'll see you soon in the final. See ya.
Thank you all. And hope everyone have a good weekend. Thanks every judges for coming. Thanks every participants. I hope to see you all again pretty soon. Thank you.